Chapter 374. Yiliosu also discovered that a mysterious smile had suddenly appeared on Li Qingshan's face as she hurried along silently. Countless guesses immediately ran through her head, but she was unable to guess why Li Qingshan was happy. The abundance of items in the 100 treasures pouch had completely exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations. Let alone the various high-level pills, just the spiritual stones alone made him overjoyed. As the sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, the Golden Pheasant Elder's 100 treasures pouch stored all the resources of the entire mountain. These resources were not for him alone, but for the development of the entire sect. After who knew how many generations of accumulation, they all ended up in Li Qingshan's hands. Apart from the spiritual stones and pills, there were also large quantities of spiritual herbs, such as 300-year-old dragon's tongue and 500-year-old snowheart orchid. Every single one of them was worth several thousand spiritual stones. It was impossible for regular foundation establishment cultivators to possess them if they did not possess a sect with a deep foundation. Even if they bought them, they would immediately refine them into pills. It was impossible for them to be stored in 100 treasures pouch. Because the Pheasant's Grace Mountain used the golden pheasant's plume as their weapon, there were not a lot of spiritual artifacts, but there were 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. A sword with a cloud pattern, a piece of bright yellow embroidery, and a small celadone bottle. Although Li Qingshan did not know what they were, he liked them when he saw how they glowed. In particular, the small bottle seemed rather familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't this the one that had been sold for almost 10,000 spiritual stones in the auction below the Green Vine Mountain in the past? The functions of the small bottle had been introduced in detail during the auction. Regular water could be converted into spiritual water. Whether it was used for refining pills, forging artifacts, or watering spiritual herbs, it was extremely beneficial. Out of the 3 spiritual artifacts, only this item showed signs of being refined. The sword with the cloud pattern and the piece of bright yellow embroidery remained untouched. When the Golden Pheasant Elder fought as a golden pheasant, he could not split his attention to control the spiritual artifacts, so he did not refine the 2 spiritual artifacts. His golden pheasant's plume was the most powerful spiritual artifact. However, before Li Qingshan's overwhelming power, even if he had another supreme-grade spiritual artifact, it would not be enough. However, aside from that, he did not find any legendary arcane artifacts. Apart from that, he did not find any legendary arcane artifacts. This was not strange. The number of arcane artifacts in the world was not as plentiful as spiritual artifacts. Every magic artifact possessed astonishing power. This also meant that it was extremely difficult to refine. Usually, only large clans and sects would have them, and they were rarely circulated in the market. Foundation establishment cultivators usually used supreme-grade spiritual tools. And even if there was a sale, the Golden Pheasant Elder would not spend an astronomical price to buy an arcane artifact. The world was at peace, so there was very little fighting. In particular, cultivators above foundation establishment would not necessarily have the opportunity to fight someone even once in a decade. What's the point of buying it? If the vial was not a spiritual artifact that assisted cultivation, the 3 elders would not have fought over it. Li Qingshan was already satisfied with these 3 supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Especially that celadone bottle. It was good to store some spiritual water for bathing. There were also some shiny metal ores. Li Qingshan guessed they were materials for forging artifacts. He had never learned how to forge artifacts, so he did not know what they were called. However, just from the glow they gave off, he could tell they were valuable. They must have been used to forge Golden Pheasant's plume. Speaking of which, he had obtained a large handful of Golden Pheasant's plume as well. They should also be supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, and they came in a set. They were supreme-grade among supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Unfortunately, he needed to practice the cultivation method of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain to use them. There was a complete set of the Golden Pheasant's method of the dawn in his 100 treasures pouch, but it was impossible for Li Qingshan to practice it. Afterwards, he opened up the lone grave elder's coffin. The items inside still left Li Qingshan surprised. What greeted his eyes was a tremendous number of corpses. There were corpses of all kinds, male, female, old, and young. Some had been refined, while others were in their original state. They were hideous and terrifying like a living hell. The burial mound mountain used the art of refining corpses as its foundation. Corpses were their most important resource. They were both consumables and necessities. In order to obtain these corpses, who knew how many graves the disciples of the burial mound mountain had dug up? Li Qingshan took out the spiritual stones and pills and placed them into the golden pheasant elder's 100 treasures pouch. Afterwards, he passed the lone grave elder's 100 treasures pouch to little Anne. This is for you. There were also the lone grave elder's bone staff and bronze band, 2 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Both of them gave off a sinister aura and were related to refining corpses. He had no use for them either. After splitting the spoils, Li Qingshan stood up and stretched. He laughed aloud. Let's go into secluded cultivation again. This time, his target was the 3rd layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. That way, he could perfectly suppress the demon chi of the ox demon and tiger demon, just in case he gave himself away when he reached the 3rd layer of the tiger demon. Little Anne's eyes shone brightly. She had another plan in mind. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, her cultivation had increased drastically, but she had also reached a new bottleneck. Without sufficient comprehension, she could not increase her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty through the essence of her flesh and blood alone. However, she just happened to be able to continue refining skull prayer beads. If nothing went wrong, she would be able to gather 12 beads into a string and forge her first white bone spiritual artifact, no, arcane artifact. When the 2 of them were filled with ambition, they looked at Millipede again. He had already fallen asleep, coiled up on the stone platform and stretching out bit by bit. He seemed very comfortable. He would never know what ambition was. All he knew was that he could finally lie down here and sleep again. Li Qingshan sat down and took out a handful of pills, shoving them into his mouth. His mind gradually sank, entering a state of unconsciousness. However, he had no idea that his actions on the Green Vine Mountain had already kicked up a huge uproar in the cultivation world. At the center of the uproar, Yu Shuquang and the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain scattered and fled down the mountain. Gazing back at the misty mountain in the distance and seeing that no one was pursuing him, Yu Shuquang finally stopped worrying. He sat down on the ground and gasped for air. He had lived a life of the Jianghu where blood flowed from the tip of his blade. Originally, he thought he had nothing to fear anymore, but when the scarlet eyes glanced at him, he almost rolled down the mountain in fright. Without the slightest doubt, if the blade landed, he would have been a dead man already. The righteous path of cultivation was like how monkeys scatter when the tree falls. Under Li Qingshan's pressure, the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain scattered in all directions, afraid that Li Qingshan would catch up to them and kill them all. Yu Shuquang looked around. Only Yu Yan remained by his side. Foster father, where do we go now? Yu Yan remained gentle, but he had become much steadier. He was originally Yu Shuquang's trusted disciple. After he gained a foothold on the Green Vine Mountain, he had brought him to the Green Vine Mountain as well. It was no longer suitable for them to be master and disciple, so Yu Yan accepted Yu Shuquang as his foster father. Yu Shuquang said, "We can't stay on the Green Vine Mountain any longer anyway. This isn't a good place. Who knows when demons will attack again? With our cultivations, we'll be at the mercy of others. Why don't we return to the Proud Sword Manor?" After 2 years of arduous cultivation coupled with the tremendous resources provided by the Green Vine Mountain, he had also reached the 4th layer, while Yu Yan had reached the 2nd layer. They had both achieved major breakthroughs in their lives. Although they had both achieved major breakthroughs in their lives, they were still at the very bottom of the cultivation world. Even if they were tied together, they would not be able to withstand a single slash. If demons launch a large-scale attack, the proud sword manor probably won't be safe either. There's a tunnel leading underground outside the city. Why don't we go to Clear River City and seek refuge with junior sister? Yu Yen thought of something and said. About this. Yu Shuquang found it rather embarrassing to seek refuge with his daughter as a father. Junior brother Yu is right. Don't hesitate anymore, brother Yu. I plan on going to Clear River City as well. Diao Fei emerged from behind a large tree. His cultivation had already reached the 6th layer, and he had split open a sea of qi in his dantian. If he reported this to Commander Wang, he would have the right to earn a position as a Scarlet Wolf Guard. First senior brother, you're here too. Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. Although he knew Diao Fei would not be able to block a single strike from the demon, he still felt slightly safer. The two of them had met 2 years ago. Although they were not exactly close friends, they had become acquainted with each other. Yu Shuquang respected Diao Fei's outstanding cultivation. Diao Fei knew Yu Shuquang had a daughter called Yu Zijian, who cultivated in the 100 schools of thought. With her pure young body, she was highly regarded by the leader of the school of Taoism, so he dared not slight her. How terrifying! Diao Fei sighed. After reaching the 6th layer and becoming the first senior brother of the Green Vine Mountain, he felt rather elated and complacent. Only after witnessing the unparalleled power tonight did he understand that he was just a slightly larger shrimp in the cultivation world with his meager cultivation. Diao Fei sighed again. Yu Shuquang agreed with him and sighed with him. What do you think, brother Yu? Let's go together. We can look after each other in Clear River City. Diao Fei had heard that Yu Zijian was familiar with the Hua family. If there were any changes to the situation, he could ask her to mediate between them. Seeing Diao Fei, Yu Shuquang suddenly thought of a person. This was the common topic of conversation between the two of them in the past. I can't seek refuge with Zijian, but I can seek refuge with him. That's right. The person Yu Shuquang thought of was Li Qingshan. It was all because of Li Qingshan's assistance that he was able to reach where he was today. He could be regarded as half of Li Qingshan's subordinate. If he sought refuge with Li Qingshan, it would not be embarrassing. He had heard that he was doing quite well in the 100 schools of thought right now. If he knew that the person who had scared him off was Li Qingshan, who knew what his expression would be like. Alright, let's go right now. Are you telling the truth? After listening to Diao Fei's story, Wang Puxi's eyebrows furrowed into a knot. A demon general had actually killed the 3 elders. It was unbelievable no matter how he thought about it. With how crafty the 3 old coots were, even if they could not defeat him, could they not escape? Then he looked at Diao Fei. There was not a single wound on him. If the demon general was so arrogant and powerful, why would he leave them alive? As a result, he asked another question. It's completely true. If you don't believe me, Commander, there are 2 other junior brothers who came with me. The other seniors and juniors have all seen it too. I believe it will spread before long. Please make a decision soon, Commander. Come with me. Wang Puxi leapt up from his chair. Recently, the conflict between the humans and demons had become more and more intense. It was not just limited to the Clear River City, nor was it limited to the Rui Commandery. Instead, the entire Green Province was filled with the flames of war. However, he had never heard of a demon general killing Foundation establishment cultivators like this, and he had killed 3 of them in a single go. If it was true, then it would be a huge matter. He had to report it to Commander Gu immediately and ask her to make a decision soon. Chapter 375. Diao Fei followed Wang Puxi to a square room in the corner of the floor. He saw that the room was empty. The snow-white walls, floor, and ceiling were covered in runes, leaving behind many grooves. Wang Puxi placed the spirit stones in and activated the formation. With a flash of light, an illusory figure appeared in the room. It flickered for a moment before stabilizing. It was an attendant dressed in green. He bowed and said, "Sir, why did you activate the illusion formation?" "The commander of the Clear River Prefecture, Wang Pushi, has an extremely urgent matter, so I wish to meet with Ma Gu." Wang Pushi clasped his hands, placing emphasis on the word, meet. "Sir, please wait a moment." When Gu Yenying heard that Wang Pushi had something urgent to discuss with her and had even activated the illusory formation, she could not help feeling curious. When she arrived at the room with the illusory formation, she saw Wang Pushi's image and asked with a smile, "Old Wang, what happened to make you so anxious?" Wang Pu bowed and pulled Diao Fei to his side. "Repeat what you said just now." Subordinate Diao Fei greets Lord Gu. Diao Fei lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the white-clothed figure. He recounted everything from the beginning to the end. At first, Gu Yenying looked relaxed, but her smile gradually disappeared. In the end, she felt helpless. There was smoke everywhere, but why did it have to be here that caught fire in the end? Do you know why that demon came? He did not kill anyone else and only killed the 3 elders. Not only did Wang Pushi find this strange, but Gu Yenying sank into her thoughts as well. The pitch-black arm that extended from the hall and the scarlet-red eyes made her think of something. However, he immediately dispelled this thought. How could this be possible? The leap from demon to demon general was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if it took 100 years, it would still be considered fast. This subordinate does not know. Do you remember what that monster looked like? I can't remember. Diao Fei was afraid that his gaze would attract the demon general's attention, so he didn't dare to look any further. At that time, he clearly remembered many characteristics, but in the end, the only thing that remained in his heart was that pair of charcoal-like crimson eyes. Isn't Chu Shidao in Clear River? Let him draw. Wang Pushi hurried to the 100 schools of thought. Father. Why have you come? In the 100 schools of thought, Yu Zijian grabbed Yu Shuquang's hand in surprise and joy. Yu Shuquang knew this was an important matter, so he was afraid to speak carelessly about the Green Vine Mountain. All he said was, "I missed you, so I came to see you, alright?" Sigh. You've really grown up. You're exactly the same as your mother. No, you're even more beautiful than your mother. Yu Zijian wore azure Taoist robes. Her hair was tied up into a bun, and she carried the 9-yang sword on her back. Her attire was simple. However, it seemed even more pure, beautiful, and spotless. In just 2 years, she had reached the 5th layer of the aura training realm, and this was because the slovenly Taoist wanted her to build a good foundation. Otherwise, he would have been able to cultivate even faster. His entire person was like a piece of unpolished jade that had its stone shell shaved off bit by bit. Only a trace of flawlessness was revealed, yet it was filled with boundless brilliance. Unknowingly, her figure had also become slender. Why not? In the past, I let you come. Why haven't you come? Has something happened at home? Yu Zijian asked in doubt. Yu Shuquang knew his daughter was not as easy to coax as before, so he suppressed his voice. I can't tell you right now. I'll tell you later. You're acting so mysterious. Then, have you heard about Niu Juxia's whereabouts recently? Worry immediately filled Yu Zijian's clear face. It was this question again. Yu Shuquang and Yu Yan exchanged glances. Yu Shuquang smiled bitterly. Don't worry. He's doing better than you. How do you know? Do you have news of him? Yu Zijian grabbed Yu Shuquang's arm and asked urgently. You're the one who told me. Yu Shuquang had only obtained news of Li Qingshan from Yu Zijian's letter when she mentioned the interesting matters of the 100 schools of thought. However, he could not say, Father swears on his dignity. All right. I do have news of him, but I can't tell you. That's what he wants. Is he really fine? He's really fine. Then why hasn't he come to find me? You've made me worry for him. Yu Zijian felt like a boulder had been lifted from her heart. She smiled and began to daydream again. However, Yu Shuquang was worried inside. Has this girl really fallen in love with Li Qingshan? It's been 2 years, but she still hasn't been able to forget about him. She's already grown into a woman. Sigh, it's time for men and women to get married. Qing Teng had said something about severing his emotions and devoting himself to cultivation, but he did not believe that. He understood the pain of being alone the best. How could a person not have a companion in life? He had to properly watch over her when it came to this. That kid might be a little stubborn, but he's not bad. Should he tell her about his identity? Once they met, he had to discuss it with him. Yu Zijian happily toured around Wuwei Island with Yu Zijian and Yu Lian. As for Yu Shuquang, he pretended to ask about Li Qingshan unintentionally. Oh, you mean senior brother Li? He's already at the 8th layer, and he clashed with that senior brother Chu I mentioned to you a while ago. In the end, he defeated him in a single stroke. How impressive! Yu Shuquang nodded in satisfaction. Only a cultivation like that is worthy of my daughter. Now that he's my son-in-law, he won't be able to show me any respect anymore. He's been in the alchemy room with senior sister Ru Xian for so long. Once senior sister Han comes out, she probably won't spare him. Hee, that's what Qinglu said. What's going on with senior sister Ru Xian and senior sister Han? Yu Zijian told Yu Shuquang about the gossip in great interest. She noticed the changes in Yu Shuquang's expression and asked in surprise, Father, what's wrong? Nothing. Oh my, what's the name of this mountain? Yu Shuquang smiled dryly. As it turned out, Li Qingshan was quite a playboy. Fortunately, he had not told her about Niu Juxia's true identity out of impulse. He could not let his daughter become involved in this. Gu Yenying waited for a while, and Wang Pushi brought over a young man. He reported, Master Chu has already retired from painting. He no longer paints. This is his final disciple, Chu Danqing. He can also take on the role. Chu Danqing was stunned when he saw Gu Yenying. He had seen Chu Shidao paint thousands of beauties, but none of them could rival even a fraction of her beauty. Instinctively, he sketched out a painting for her, but he immediately felt like he was unable to draw it. Even if he managed to draw it, it would barely have any charm. She was just a regular beauty. So you're Chu Danqing. Your master has hidden you really well. If you want to look, you can look later. Hurry up and paint. Chu Danqing returned to his senses. His face was bright red from embarrassment. He turned to Diao Fei and said, Please close your eyes and carefully recall the situation back then. Then relax your mind. Diao Fei closed his eyes. Chu Danqing pressed a finger against Diao Fei's forehead while his other hand moved like the wind, painting on the paper. His expression also returned to normal. A single strand of weasel hair spat out a riot of colors. Sometimes, it would fold up and draw carefully, and at other times, it would spread out in thick, heavy colors. Immediately, a brightly colored painting leapt onto the paper. Chu Danqing blew on it gently and showed the painting to Diao Fei first. Look, it's like this. The nightmarish, scarlet eyes filled his vision once again. Diao Fei was alarmed and took half a step back. Only then did he see the entire painting. On the ruins, there was a black silhouette, a dark red moon, a raised ice blade, and drifting long hair. The various details that he had lost in his memories had all been retrieved. It was basically even more detailed and vivid than what he had seen back then. Yes, it is. Wang Pushi could not help but look at the painting too. He wanted to see just what kind of person could kill the 3 elders and make Diao Fei so afraid. All he saw was the lifelike figure in the painting, as if he was about to leap out and swing his blade down. He was slightly surprised inside. What a painting! What a murderous aura! Am I supposed to be this demon's opponent? Then, Chu Danqing lowered his head and presented the painting to Gu Yenying. With just a single glance, Gu Yenying confirmed the identity of the person in the painting with her demon half. It was just like how humans could not tell the difference between two magpies, but in the eyes of their own kind, these special characteristics were basically as obvious as labels. Wasn't this that kid? For once, Wang Pushi found a sliver of surprise on Gu Yenying's face. Gu Yenying waved her jade folding fan gently. How strange. How strange. On the ice sword cliff, just when she thought he would embark on the path of demons, he returned to become a hawk-wolf guard. Just when she thought he would choose the path of human cultivation, he turned into a demon again and risked his life to fight for a demon general. In the blink of an eye, he had already become a demon general. He had surpassed many demons and barriers that would take hundreds or even thousands of years to cross, claiming the lives of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators as soon as he struck. She had never encountered such an unfathomable person before. Interesting, interesting. If that was the case, everything made sense. The reason why he had sought out the 3 elders was for revenge. Because he was originally a human, he possessed a sliver of benevolence and did not commit a massacre. Several thousand kilometers apart, the 2 rooms fell silent at the same time, quietly awaiting her orders. Gu Yenying folded her folding fan and struck her palm gently. I might have to pay a visit to the Clear River Prefecture later. I'll send someone to investigate first. Wang Pushi was rather troubled. Little Hua and Xiongji are both in secluded cultivation. I'd better go personally. It's inconvenient for you to do so. Isn't there a Li Qingshan? I heard he's in the limelight, and he's very powerful. Get him to investigate properly and write me a document when he returns. I want to hear his thoughts on the case. Gu Yenying's eyes flickered with light as she seemed to smile. Little bro Qingshan, are you in such a hurry to throw those words right in front of me? Yes, I'll summon him right now. Is there anything else you need me to do? Wang Pushi said. As it seemed, Commander Gu really did view this Li Qingshan in a new light. She had actually left such an important matter to him, even praising his strength. It was unbelievable. However, he was unable to connect the brazen, reckless demon in the painting to the primary disciple of the school of novels, Li Qingshan. Old Wang, what's bound to come will come. Gu Yenying said slowly. Her eyes swiveled. Very well done. Your painting skills will definitely surpass your masters in the future. Chu Danqing was taken aback. Only then did he realize she was talking about him. He raised his head, but the figure had already vanished. He felt lost inside, but he also understood something. If he looked at the heavenly maiden scattering the blossoms again, he would definitely see her. The Legends of the Great Sage. Welcome to the readers. Read the full text. Chapter 376. Li Qingshan moved underground with the group. The twisting and turning paths seemed endless, sometimes to the east and sometimes to the west. The only thing that did not change was going down, diving even deeper underground. Having dealt with the issue of cultivation, he no longer had to spend so much effort on it, so he directed all of his attention back to the mirror image. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo led the group at the very front, leading the way. They would choose the fork without the slightest hesitation. The cavern was quiet. Not a single person in the group said anything. There was not even the slightest sound of footsteps. It was like they had all become illusionary shadows. Night roamers are basically natural-born assassins. I wonder what kind of environment has trained them to be like this. Li Qingshan praised inside. In particular, Yi Liusu basically seemed like she was floating. Coupled with her terrifying innate ability, it was probably very likely for her to kill him if she tried to assassinate him when he was caught off guard, even if he was much stronger than her. They turned into a new cavern. Yi Liubo glanced at the emotionless Yi Liusu, who only cared about advancing. She frowned slightly and lowered her head. Her expression changed as she struggled with her thoughts. Suddenly, she slowed down and arrived at the back of the group, grabbing Li Qingshan's hand. I have something I want to say to you. Just as Li Qingshan was confused, Yi Liubo said something through the pulses of her aura. She knew a little about how demons communicated with each other. Ah! Yi Liubo cried out and was pulled into Li Qingshan's arms. The two of them stopped. Yi Liusu looked back with a frown. The group stopped. The night roamers all had different expressions. The men were obviously furious, while the women were rather envious. You can go first. We have some matters to attend to. Li Qingshan lowered his head and sniffed Yi Liubo's neck gently. Yi Liubo blushed slightly. Hurry up and catch up. Yi Liusu glanced past the two of them before continuing with the group. They're gone. What do you want to say? Before he finished speaking, Yi Liubo wrapped around Li Qingshan like a snake and kissed him on the lips. He stuck out his tongue. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, but he was not to be outdone. The two of them actually kissed passionately in such a place. After a while, Yi Liubo has no intention of giving up. Li Qingshan is aroused and forcibly separates her. Pursing his lips, he said, "You can tell me now. Can I trust you?" The expression on Yi Liubo's round face was complicated, but it was definitely not the shyness of a woman. Looks like I'm the only one you can trust now. Of course, Li Qingshan didn't think that Yi Liubo was just a love-struck fool. Looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she really had something to say. I can tell you one thing, something very important to you, something related to life and death, but you have to promise me two things. That doesn't seem fair. Then just one thing, please don't hurt my sister. Why do you think I'll hurt her? If I tell you this, you'll do it. Then why do you want to tell me? If I don't say it, she'll hurt herself. I don't accept it. Li Qingshan shrugged. Why? What you want to say is that she came up with some stupid idea to harm me, but to be honest, I'm not afraid at all. Li Qingshan's mirror image. To a large extent, it was to test the waters. It was nothing to be killed once or twice. Once he understood the situation underground, what revenge couldn't he take? One more thing, you don't have the right to make a deal with me. Li Qingshan's expression was cold. Then I'll beg you, okay? I can be your servant and work for you. If I work for you, I can also tell you the situation underground. Yi Liubo felt powerless. She knew very well that he was right. Even Yi Liusu was unable to oppose him at all. With her strength, what right did she have? If it were not for the fact that his personality was not as vicious as regular demons, probably even King Yi Liusu would not be able to maintain her pride right now. Many times, the feeling he gave her was more like a human. It was exactly because of this that she was bold enough to negotiate with him. And, after the test just now, she had discovered that he had feelings for women. As a result, she felt like her chances of success had increased by quite a lot. This was not a joke. Many demon generals underground would not suddenly change their sense of beauty after assuming human form and take a liking to creatures that walked on 2 feet. They would still treat them as walking food. You've finally told me what I want to hear. Li Qingshan smiled. Right now, what he wanted to know the most was the situation with the night roamers and the situation with Helicoverpa Rosa. As long as he could grasp the overall situation, what would Yi Liusu's petty scheme against his mirror image amount to? Then you've agreed. Yi Liubo beamed with joy. Can a servant ask for a master? Li Qingshan said sternly. You. But the master will consider the servant's feelings. Li Qingshan rubbed her cheek with a smile. Tell me, or I'll have to consider rejecting your allegiance. My elder sister wants to harm you. Yi Liubo was helpless. In the end, she still chose to believe him. He could have used even more intense methods to interrogate her, or he could have viciously humiliated Yi Liusu, but he did not do that. As expected. It's basically written all over her face. Li Qingshan curled his lip. She lured you into the enemy's territory. However, what Yi Liusu said next finally surprised Li Qingshan. Wait, you mean the enemy? Who can be her enemy underground? Since he had been appointed as the lord of the territory by Helicoverpa Rosa, other demons could not kill him willy-nilly. Obviously the night roamers of other clans. As it turned out, the night roamers underground were not united. Instead, they were divided into a few large clans. Queen Helicoverpa Rosa forbade open warfare, but she revered chaos and assassination. Coupled with the competition for benefits and resources, the conflict between clans was extremely intense. Assassinations, poisoning, and traps were used against one another. As long as they did not leave behind any direct evidence, they could get away with it. As for the incompetent failures who left behind evidence, they would be judged and turned into sacrifices for the Spider Queen. It was possible to imagine just how welcome Yi Liusu, a genius of her clan, would receive when she returned to the Gloom region and the territories of other clans. And, in order to silence her, a witness like Li Qingshan would definitely be hunted down. That's a stupid idea. Li Qingshan shook his head. Yi Liusu sure was vicious enough. She was actually willing to perish together with him. Did she really think she could deal with him like that? My sister has no other choice either. In order to take over that territory, our Spider Shadow clan has already become the target of attack of a few large clans. We've suffered very heavy losses. If we attract an enemy like you, it'll probably be the end of our clan. Even if we can't harm you with this method, it'll be enough to heavily injure those clans. If Li Qingshan escaped, those clans would bear the crime of killing a lord and attacking a demon general. If he died, he would definitely drag a bunch of people down with him, and the Spider Shadow clan would be able to get someone else to take over the territory. Only after thinking that through did Li Qingshan truly begin to admire Yi Liusu a little. What an impressive spirit of sacrifice. Liubua, you're nowhere near that. I can't wait for the Spider Shadow clan to be destroyed. What does it have to do with us if all the night roamers die? Yi Liubua sneered. She was actually filled with hatred towards her own clan. Only afterwards did she look at Li Qingshan eagerly, grabbing his hand and calling out, "Master." Li Qingshan's heart turned numb from her call. Regular people would not be able to emulate such a lewd and flirtatious feeling. If it were not for the fact that he was thinking about Han Qiongji in the distance, he basically would have done something. In consideration of your feelings and loyalty, I won't kill your sister if she doesn't bring about her own destruction. Actually, she's still of some use to me. Yi Liubua beamed with joy, but she also felt rather strange inside. Originally, she wanted her sister to capture him and toy with him, but she ended up becoming his servant instead. However, he seemed even more charming right now. What attracted her was no longer his perfect face. With his strength, he would definitely become a major figure who could run amok underground in the future. Being his servant would be much better than being ordered around by the clan. Thinking like that, she did feel like she had taken a good step forward. In the underground world, the strong preyed on the weak. No matter how handsome a person was, he was just a plaything. Only great strength could gather people's hearts and rule over everything. Strength was a form of charm in itself. I'm curious about that matter though. I want to ask you to protect me. Who wants to harm you? If you lose your territory, there'll definitely be a very severe punishment once you return. There are plenty of people in the Spider Shadow clan waiting to kick you when you're down. Yi Liubua felt resentful, but she also felt rather complacent. Now that she had gained the protection of a powerful demon general, even the matriarch could do nothing to her. Don't worry. The master will protect the servant. Thank you, master. Yi Liubua's heart warmed up, and she smiled sweetly. Yi Liusu was currently leading the group of night roamers, stopping to rest in the cavern. She felt slightly worried. At this moment, the two of them returned. Yi Liubua hugged Li Qingshan's arm intimately as she smiled gently. That's enough. Li Qingshan shook off Yi Liubua's hand. Yi Liubo glanced at him begrudgingly and said to Yi Liusu, "Sister, I've already told Sir North Moon about your plan." Yi Liusu shuddered inside. What she worried about the most had happened. She roared out furiously, "Liubo!" However, Li Qingshan grabbed her hand that was about to draw her blade. Yi Liubo glared back at her without backing down. "Sister, even if you want to sacrifice yourself, you'll have to ask the sisters first." When she told Yi Liusu's plan, the night roamer guards immediately fell into an uproar. I was wondering why the route seemed a little off. "Am Liusu, is that true?" They did not have the spirit to sacrifice themselves for the clan. It was not like they would be punished for losing the territory anyway. At most, they would just be dragged into it a little. Yi Liusu said nothing, as if she was agreeing to it. "From today onwards, I will leave the Spider Shadow clan and become Sir North Moon's servant." At this moment, Yi Liubo's words kicked up a storm. This was equivalent to betraying the clan, and trusting her fate completely to Li Qingshan. If Li Qingshan refused to protect her, she would no longer be able to survive underground. Li Qingshan smiled. This was probably the legendary aura of a king. If he really had the power of a king, why would he worry about no one following him? As long as he had enough influence, there were many things that he did not have to worry about at all. P.S. I'm done with this chapter. I'll go write the second chapter now so that I can face the blackout tomorrow. Phew, I'm a little tired. Chapter 377. Liubo, you've actually betrayed the Spider Shadow clan. Do you know what the consequences are? Do you really trust this demon that much? Yi Liusu pointed at Li Qingshan and questioned loudly. She's more trustworthy than those old coots. I'd rather die than go back and be humiliated by those bitches. Yi Liubo raised her head stubbornly. I won't allow you to die for them either. Sister, why don't you follow Sir North Moon with me? That way, we won't have to worry about those old women anymore. Shut up, you traitor. I've taken care of you for so many years to no avail. You're ungrateful. I'll be nice to whoever treats me well, which is why I can't send you to your death. You're so thick-headed. Their chests heaved violently. The two of them were agitated. Li Qingshan, who had caused all of this, stood to one side with his arms crossed, just like an outsider. He spoke up to break the stalemate. Yi Liusu, do you know what Liubo said before she told me your plan? Yi Liusu's heart shivered when she heard how Yi Liubo would place her safety first, even at the cost of her own safety. Her fury vanished, replaced by helplessness. I'm only sparing you out of consideration for Liubo's feelings. Stop being so stubborn. It's actually fine even if I kill all of you here. With the appearance of murderousness, the atmosphere in the cave immediately froze. Only Yi Liubo smiled. Through Yi Liubo's introduction, Li Qingshan had already grasped some of the underground game's rules. Other folk were not demons after all. In Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes, a single Yi Liusu was definitely not more important than a powerful demon general as long as there was no direct evidence. She basically would not kill him over a single night roamer. In his opinion, Helicoverpa Rosa was clearly using trickery to divide the night roamers, making them kill one another and drain their strength, preventing them from growing stronger. I will never betray the clan. Everything will be judged by the matriarch. I hope you can protect her. In the face of absolute power, Yi Liusu could only lower her head. She was not afraid of sacrificing herself. But he was also unwilling to make unnecessary sacrifices. After revising the route, the team set off again. Not long after they left, two black shadows appeared where they were just now, whispering to each other. It seems to be Yi Liusu and her sister. Those two voices, I can't be wrong. Why are they here? I don't know. Go back and inform Lady Matriarch. She must make sure that they remain here forever. Yes. Yi Liusu and her sister lost control of their emotions and argued loudly. They sounded like the beating of gongs and drums in the quiet night. Along the cobweb-like cave. It was transmitted to a faraway place. The team was already close to the borders of the other clan's territories, which immediately attracted patrols. One of the black shadows went back to where it came from, while the other blended into the darkness and chased after it. Li Qingshan was striding forward. Sensing that something was amiss, Zhang Xian halted his footsteps and a brilliant gleam flashed across his eyes. Clang! He drew his ice blade and swung it at the rock wall. Before the blade had even arrived, it lit up with golden light. The darkness receded like the tide. There was a black figure on the rock wall. It was extremely eye-catching. There was a shriek, and blood spurted from the rock wall. A male night roamer fell out and cried out, "Who are you?" There was another shriek soon afterwards. Oh no, it's the Bat Shadow clan. Yi Liubo lunged over and finished him off in a single stroke. Don't tell me you can't sense it. Li Qingshan looked at Yi Liusu. This male night roamer's cultivation was only at Yi Liubo's level. Liubo, lead the way. Let's go. I don't want to be used by others. With his original body here, he did not mind killing a few more and comprehending another tiger demon. However, this mirror clone only possessed 30% of Li Qingshan's strength. If they engaged in an intense battle, it was unavoidable for him to show weakness. Alright. Yi Liubo took the lead, and the group immediately sped up. With that, their speed became apparent, turning into a long, winding snake. Li Qingshan and Yi Liubo were obviously at the very front. My sister isn't with us. Ignore her. As soon as Yi Liubo stopped, Li Qingshan scooped her up and advanced even faster. But, no buts. She's digging her own grave. Under Li Qingshan's stern gaze, Yi Liubo was afraid of acting rashly. All she could do was call out loudly, "Sister, come here." Yi Liusu stared at the darkness before her and sensed auras that were hidden extremely well rapidly approaching. Her eyes were already filled with determination. At this moment, she suddenly heard Yi Liubo's call. She sighed and drifted away. Find another path. Hide. Yi Liusu shot past the night roamer guards one by one, searching for another cave in a hurry. The night roamer guard at the very back reacted a little slower. Just as he was panicking, he suddenly stopped and was silently torn to pieces. In the end, only the three of them remained, advancing side by side. The cave was deep, like the intestines of a monster. It twisted and turned as they shot past quickly. Li Qingshan spent most of his time running along the walls, constantly changing his figure according to the direction the cave extended in. The black figure tailing behind him continued to draw closer and closer. Yi Liusu was puzzled. Why was he so much slower than during battle? Suddenly, the familiar sound of water rang out. The rumble was a waterfall. The cave was cut off by a surging underground river. The water was wide and rapid, almost like a clear river. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined there was such a vast river underground. Then, the river was suddenly cut off by a huge hole, and the water flowed 1,000 feet straight down. Thunder roared furiously as it landed below before rolling forward again. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined there was such a steep waterfall underground. Yi Liubo beamed with joy. We're here. Past this waterfall is the territory of the Spider Shadow clan. Clang! With that, Li Qingshan swung his blade again, colliding with a dagger in the darkness. Sparks flew everywhere. What great power! What kind of light is this? It can actually pierce through my night roaming technique? The black figure drifted backwards. The webbing between his thumb and index finger split open. He was shocked. The dazzling sunlight left him even more doubtful. Let's go. Li Qingshan leapt into the river. Just now, in the moment the sunlight appeared, he saw two more black figures approach him. He drifted with the flow, and in the blink of an eye, he had already distanced himself from the cave. He was tossed out by the river, falling towards the endless darkness with the waterfall. Li Qingshan extended his right hand. Demon Qi pulsed, and the great waterfall that had existed for thousands of years was immediately severed. It was like a huge roaring dragon pouring into the cave. The black figures were about to give chase when the water surged over. They halted and executed night roaming, vanishing into the darkness. However, before the water arrived, the light arrived first. Their vanishing figures distorted for a moment before they were smashed back by the water. This was no ordinary flowing water. Instead, it was infused with Li Qingshan's demon qi. Its might was astonishing. Yi Liusu's eyes widened. In the underground world, the battles of the night roamers were mainly about danger. It was a showdown between assassins. She had never seen such a powerful attack before. Yi Liubo was in Li Qingshan's embrace. When she saw this scene, she was even more shocked. This move seemed to have come from her. When she looked at that handsome face again, she was intoxicated. Here. Soon, they reached the bottom of the waterfall. Yi Liusu entered a cave at the side. A stream of water gushed out from the underground river, carrying Li Qingshan and following closely behind. Boom! 10,000 tons of water slammed down viciously. It was like a clap of thunder, making the cave tremble slightly. The waterfall flowed with unprecedented might, but it returned to normal very soon. A few black figures appeared at the top of the waterfall. They watched them vanish into the cave before turning around and leaving. Was that a demon general earlier? That's strange. Why wasn't there any aura? Immediately go back and report to the matriarch. Yi Liusu has returned. We can't let her return to the territory. After traveling in the darkness for a while, a few specks of light suddenly appeared before Li Qingshan. A few auras that were very well hidden roamed around, but when they saw that it was Yi Liubo, they retreated silently. Welcome to Blackluster City. Yi Liubo kissed Li Qingshan on the cheek and left his embrace. As she extended her right arm, a black city appeared before Li Qingshan. This was a colossal cavern that was rarely seen. It was similar in size to Qingyang City, but it was 100 times more prosperous. Black stone buildings and stone pagodas, high and low, pointed to the dark dome. They covered the ground of the cave and extended to the steep slopes around the cave, merging with the rock walls. Even the rock walls were chiseled open, forming buildings that looked like caves. As a matter of fact, the huge stalagmites hanging down from the ceiling of the cavern all showed signs of being excavated. Every single structure had a smooth, intricate line, covered in patterns and totems. They were like black works of art. Specks of light flickered in the black ceiling, but it was a magnificent star map. Although it could not be compared to an actual starry sky, it gave off a sense of splendor from civilized creations. After traveling through the desolate, dark cavern for so long, Li Qingshan basically felt a sense of familiarity when he suddenly saw so many structures that belonged to civilization. He was rather surprised by the level of civilization that the night roamers possessed. In the center of the city was a black castle. It was built in a different style from humans. It was solemn and dignified, noble and elegant, demonstrating the ingenuity of the craftsmen of the night roamers. Let's go rest there and wait for the matriarch to receive us. Someone has already gone to report it. Yi Liubo slowed down and made her way towards the castle. Why don't we go straight to Cobweb City? Yi Liubo's suggestion was met with another glare from Yi Liusu. Isn't your matriarch here? Li Qingshan was confused. The matriarch is in Cobweb City. Yi Liubo grabbed Li Qingshan's arm and said softly. Every major clan had a main city, but every matriarch would stay in Cobweb City, which was also Helicoverpa Rose's future headquarters. Figures flickered on the streets, trading and communicating like humans, but it was abnormally quiet. Even the footsteps of children were silent. Their faces carried a coldness and calmness that did not match their age. Your Highness. Seeing Yi Liusu and her sister walk over, they all lowered their heads and bowed extremely politely. Among the night roamers, there was a clear hierarchy. Yi Liusu and her sister were the matriarch's daughters. If regular night roamers dared to disrespect them, they would be severely punished. Only after they had passed by did the crowd discuss softly, "Why have Princess Liusu and Princess Liubo returned? Has something happened in the territory? That demon general is so handsome. If he can spend a night with me, I'd be willing even if I have to shorten my lifespan by a decade." Chapter 378. I didn't think you'd still be a princess. Li Qingshan smiled at Yi Liubo beside him. I'm not anymore. I'm your servant now, master. Yi Liubo's eyes were seductive as she hugged Li Qingshan's arm even tighter, sinking it into her abnormally plump chest to hide her fear and unease. Is the matriarch really that terrifying? Very terrifying. Yi Liubo seemed to think of something and shuddered. Don't be afraid. Li Qingshan pulled his arm out and wrapped it around her shoulder. Yeah. Yi Liubo's heart gradually settled down, and she leaned into his arms. Even Yi Liusu would only assist her in times of danger. She had never relied on a single person completely like this before. Along the way, Yi Liusu constantly paid attention to Li Qingshan's behavior, but all she saw was that he was like a tourist, studying the surrounding structures and scenery with great interest. Yi Liubo played the role of a tour guide, introducing him to the history of Blackluster City. Influenced by his relaxed attitude, she relaxed too, teasing him from time to time. She did not seem like a defeated general who had just lost an important piece of territory. Yi Liusu glanced back and let out an undetectable sigh. She instead became rather envious of her. This piece of territory held extremely great significance to the Spider Shadow clan, or even the entire race of night roamers. It was a territory where she could see the stars and the bright moon. She could still remember the shock she felt when she saw the night sky for the first time. That was the hope for the night roamers to return to the surface, yet she had personally destroyed it. She clenched her fists, and her nails dug into her palms. It was impossible for her to not hate Li Qingshan, much less serve the demons. Become a servant. Yi Liubo, why have you returned? How dare you bring outsiders to Blackluster City? An icy cold, sharp voice rang out. Li Qingshan looked over and saw a female night roamer standing on the spire of the castle, staring at him coldly. Her thin, straight nose demonstrated the coldness and determination of its owner. Compared to this distinct nose, the rest of the facial features seemed slightly faint. It was like a sketch. But when put together, coupled with her cold expression, it had a different kind of charm. Let me come all the way. Li Qingshan, who was used to seeing the various beauties of the night roamers, also felt his eyes light up. Her dark blue hair was combed into a thick and short braid, looking very neat and tidy. She was wearing a black leather shirt and pants, and black boots that went all the way to her knees, outlining her seductive curves. She had a short sword on her waist. She was a beauty that did not lose to Yi Liusu, and her cultivation was above Yi Liusu. Sister Lu Xing, I have something to report to Mistress. This demon general of the North Moon is an honored guest of my clan. Please open the gate. Yi Liusu bowed respectfully. She didn't dare to announce the loss of the territory in public. Yi Liuxing studied Li Qingshan's handsome face with a gaze as sharp as a blade. However, her cold expression did not change at all. She only sensed that something was amiss. You sisters really do look very different, Li Qingshan smiled and said to Yi Liubo softly. It's not like we're sisters by blood. Yi Liubo pouted. It turned out that they all came from different families and relied on their talent to surpass their peers. Through their talent that surpassed their peers, they became the daughters of the mistress and were conferred the titles of princess and princess. They referred to each other as sisters, but they were not related by blood. The sisters were not ranked according to their age, but according to their cultivation. Welcome, Your Highness Princess Liusu. Welcome, Your Highness Princess Liubua. The gates swung open loudly. A group of guards stood to the left and right, raising their spears and speaking in unison. Sir, please give me your weapon. A skinny caretaker in black robes arrived before Li Qingshan. Did I bring a weapon? Li Qingshan waved his hand with a smile, and the ice blade vanished. The caretaker was taken aback. Li Qingshan had already walked in with Yi Liubua in his arms, so he did not dare to stop him. Demon generals possessed a transcendent status underground. It was an unspoken rule that demons were superior to night roamers. They stepped into the black hall. There was a fountain in the center, carved with a naked woman. The ground was covered in a thick, patterned carpet, while the walls were draped with tapestries. They were all embroidered with brightly colored images of spiders. The two staircases were like open arms, converging on the second floor. Yi Liuxing stood there, gazing at them coldly. Liusu, come with me. Liubua, receive the esteemed guest. Just what has happened? Cold wind whistled above the pointed tower. Looking down from the window, Blackluster City seemed to be below them. Yi Liuxing's icy cold voice was even colder than the cold wind. Yi Liusu explained everything that had happened. Smack! There was a loud slap, and a handprint appeared on Yi Liusu's face. Blood oozed from the corner of her lips, but she did not move at all. Do you know what that territory means to us? Do you know how many clansmen the clan sacrificed and how much they paid for it? Furious, cold light flickered through Yi Liuxing's eyes. I know. He must die. Before the matriarch returns. Yi Liuxing raised her hand again, but she hesitated to swing it down. She cut through the air viciously. I don't agree. Yi Liusu raised her head. Her gaze was determined. Do you want to be punished by the snake cavern? Even if the matriarch returns, would I persuade her not to do that? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that guy and want to protect him. Yi Liuxing grabbed Yi Liusu by the neck. Her cold voice was like a blade against Yi Liusu's neck. He's too powerful, and he possesses the ability to suppress night roamers. Once he strikes, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he'll heavily injure us. Yi Liusu was unfazed. She persisted. We're assassins. We've always had to defeat the strong as the weak. Yi Liuxing pushed her against the wall viciously before embracing her again. However, under her cold, unfazed gaze, she let go and turned around to go downstairs. Where is this? Li Qingshan stood in a luxurious room. The air was filled with fragrance. The oval, lace mirror reflected Yi Liubua's slender figure. My room, obviously. Yi Liubua tidied up her rather messy hair before turning around and throwing herself into Li Qingshan's arms. She raised her head and asked, how did you do it earlier? With 100 treasures pouch, obviously. Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. Before he set off, he had brought 100 treasures pouch with him. There were a few items that he might be able to use in there, including over a dozen supreme-grade talismans he had obtained. If he really did end up in battle, he could still maintain the necessary lethality. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, the nature of his demon chi had changed. Not only could he refine spiritual artifacts, but he could also activate talismans. However, he was still unable to open the Soaring Dragon Elder's Sumeru ring. He had no idea what Oxen had left behind for him. 100 treasures pouch. Yi Liubua was rather surprised. Are 100 treasures pouches very rare? Only then did Li Qingshan discover that Yi Liubua did not possess any of the necessary items for cultivators above ground. Of course. Only after undergoing the heavenly tribulation do you have the right to receive one from the clan. Night roamers could forge artifacts too, but they could not forge 100 treasures pouches. The 100 treasures pouches underground all came from cultivators who had come to explore above ground. They were left behind after they were killed, so there were relatively few of them. I even purposefully stood guard at a few caves for a very long time, but no cultivators above ground came down to explore. How strange. Yi Liubo mumbled to herself. Li Qingshan understood that when he massacred all the cultivators last time, no one would be bold enough to come down to die. Once we return to the territory, I'll give you one. What Li Qingshan lacked the least right now were 100 treasures pouches. He had no idea what to do with the piles of them. Really? Thank you, master. Yi Liubo kissed Li Qingshan in surprise and joy before pushing Li Qingshan onto the bed in the center of the room gently. Afterwards, she twisted her waist and removed her black armor, only leaving behind a silk undergarment that covered her private parts. She threw herself onto Li Qingshan. What are you doing? Li Qingshan placed his hand on Yi Liubo's shoulder and looked at Yi Liubo's chest. They really did live up to the "bo" in their names. The matriarch will be back a while later. Let me serve master properly. Yi Liubo undid Li Qingshan's belt eagerly. Her lustful behavior immediately made Li Qingshan think of himself. Her alluring body constantly rubbed against him, and he also felt the flames of lust rise up from his lower abdomen. He let out a sigh before pushing Yi Liubo away. What's wrong? Yi Liubo was stunned. I made an agreement with someone that I only belong to her. Li Qingshan laid out his hands helplessly. A woman? Yi Liubo gasped. Of course, Li Qingshan said in exasperation. Then I don't have to worry. It's not like she's here. Yi Liubo smiled again. She lowered her body again and kissed Li Qingshan's lips. Agreements are exactly used at times like this. Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulder forcefully. He saw the pair of breasts jiggle gently. He was quite satisfied just by looking at them. All right, master, I beg you. I want it. Yi Liubo's eyes shone as she bit her knuckles. She twisted her slender legs and placed a hand between them. If you want it, then go find another man. Li Qingshan's breathing quickened. If it were not for the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, he really had no idea what he would have done. How can I want another man after seeing you? Just treat it as a good deed and accompany me once, alright? I'll definitely be loyal to master in the future. Yi Liubo's face was filled with hidden bitterness. The master doesn't fulfill the duties of a servant. Li Qingshan patted her cheek with a smile and stood up. If you won't accompany me, then I'll deal with it myself. Go ahead. Li Qingshan saw a bookshelf in the corner of the room. He walked over and pulled out a book. The words inside were the same as human books, except the handwriting was very beautiful. A resonant moan rang out from behind, which made his lips curl. Chapter 379. Even an idiot can tell that you're up to no good. If you want to seduce me, you should learn from the one on the bed. If Yi Liusu was only cold, then Yi Liuxing was basically ice cold. Regular men would lose all thoughts with just a glance at her. Sure. Li Qingshan had to admit that he was very curious about how she would seduce him. Moreover, her cold attitude only made it easier to incite a man's desire to conquer her. Was this also part of her plan? Yi Liuxing walked over and sat down stiffly in Li Qingshan's arms. She wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck and clearly showed disgust. Master, don't. Yi Liubo tried to dissuade her loudly, but Yi Liuxing glared at her viciously. She immediately lost the courage to speak. Li Qingshan gave Yi Liubo a reassuring glance and smiled, waiting to see what else Yi Liuxing had to do. It would not be a loss if he could enjoy an erotic scene for free. Her cold lips kissed him, and her tongue slithered into his mouth like a slippery snake. Be careful. There's poison. Yi Liubo warned loudly without any regard, but it was already too late. Yi Liuxing pulled back the tip of her tongue and shot a poisonous pill into Li Qingshan's throat. Immediately, a sweet smell spread out, burning his stomach. Humph, foolish man. Even if you're a demon general, there's no difference. Yi Liuxing sneered inside. The poisonous pill had been extracted from the venom of the brightly colored underground spider and refined into a pill. Just a tiny pill like this could easily poison 100 people to death. Just when Yi Liuxing wanted to break free from Li Qingshan's embrace and draw her dagger to deal a fatal blow to Li Qingshan, Yi Liuxing sneered inside. Li Qingshan's arms tightened around her, growing tighter and tighter. Yi Liuxing immediately found it difficult to breathe as her body crackled. At this moment, the two of them were still passionately kissing. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He spat out the melted venom. Humph. If you want to use this move, why don't you investigate what kind of demon you're facing first? Can't you see the pair of horns on my head? This was not a divine ability, but an innate talent. A cow could chew its cud. Oh. Yi Liuxing wanted to turn around. A big hand grabbed her from behind and continued to kiss her deeply. Although the mirror image only possessed 30% of its strength, it was enough to suppress a night roamer who did not specialize in strength. In the blink of an eye, the venom had entered Yi Liuxing's body, and only then did Li Qingshan stop. The remaining venom affected him slightly, but with his body, even if he really digested the poisonous pill, he would not be able to recover. It was just an upset stomach. Without any hesitation, Yi Liuxing broke free from night roaming and drew her dagger. It stabbed at Li Qingshan's heart. His movements were as fast as lightning. Master! Yi Liubo exclaimed. Li Qingshan chuckled. Sunlight shone in all directions and broke through night roaming. The power of tremors injured the body. With a clang, the dagger slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. The hand that gripped the dagger drooped powerlessly. Even his little finger could not move. To be honest, with just 30% of Li Qingshan's current strength, he had no confidence in dealing with Yi Liuxing at all. However, she was actually trying to scheme and engage in close combat. She was really asking for trouble. Without the suppression of spiritual qi, the poison immediately spread to her face, changing colors. Her entire body began to numb in pain, and the shadow of death immediately enveloped her. Her fate was completely in his hands now. She felt rather regretful for not listening to Yi Liusu's advice. Li Qingshan stood up, opened the door, and casually tossed her into the corridor. Returning to the room, he straightened the chair and said to the dumbfounded Yi Liubo, "Let's continue." If it were not for other considerations, he would have killed Yi Liuxing right now. However, her poison had flared up now, and half of her bones had been crushed by Li Qingshan. She could forget about causing trouble in the near future. No. The master is unwilling to satisfy the servant, so why should the servant satisfy the master? Yi Liubo pouted and stood up to put on her armor. However, the feeling of dread lingering in the room did not disperse so quickly. Then take me around. Li Qingshan smiled. It was rare for him to come underground, so how could he not take a good look around? When he opened the door again, Yi Liuxing had already vanished. As soon as he arrived at the end of the corridor, the caretaker in black robes reported, "Sir North Moon, the matriarch has returned. She has invited you to dine with her. She's come so quickly." Li Qingshan saw Yi Liubo tremble all over. He grabbed her hand, which was rather slippery. Li Qingshan followed the caretaker into a hall in the depths of the castle. The seats had already been arranged. There were a total of 14 people seated there. The person seated in the center was a woman in a luxurious dress. She wore a spider-shaped accessory on her head, a spider necklace around her neck, and a spider ring on her finger. She was the night roamer with the most accessories that Li Qingshan had ever seen. Her facial features were actually quite similar to Yi Liusu's. If it were not for her mature charm, he basically mistook her for Yi Liusu's older sister. Although her aura was completely concealed, Li Qingshan could still instinctively tell that her strength was probably no weaker than the slovenly Taoist priest from the 100 schools of thought. She was close to the second heavenly tribulation, so she could not be underestimated. To the matriarch's left, Yi Liuxing sat in the seat of honor. Her gaze towards Li Qingshan was bone-chilling. Her complexion was very ugly, probably forcing herself to remain seated. The second person was a woman Li Qingshan had never seen before. Her face was so ordinary that she did not seem like a night roamer at all. Only the third person was Yi Liusu. She stared straight ahead without even glancing at Li Qingshan. The fourth seat was empty. Yi Liubo let go of Li Qingshan's hand and took the initiative to sit down. She was cautious. The three people below her were slightly weaker than Yi Liubo, but they were all very young. Li Qingshan understood that these were the daughters of the matriarch who were referred to as princesses and princesses. To the other side, they were much older. There were both married women and old women, and there were actually 2 men among them. There were 6 of them in total, and they were all at foundation establishment. They all gave off a gloomy and powerful presence. Yi Liubo had once mentioned to Li Qingshan that this was the council of elders of the Spider's Shadow clan. In other words, including the matriarch, there were a total of 10 powerful night roamers who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Every single one of them were terrifying assassins who had defeated those stronger than them despite being weaker. It would not be an exaggeration to call this place a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. If Li Qingshan were a little less courageous, he probably would have turned around and fled in fright. However, he only made his way over with a smile. What a warm welcome. A single clan of night roamers was already so powerful. If all the clans worked together, they would be a force that could topple over everything else. It was no wonder that the Spider Queen wanted to restrict their development. The door slammed shut behind Li Qingshan, trapping him together with the 10 night roamer assassins like a sealed insect. I've long heard of Sir North Moon's great name. I am Yi Mingzhu. Please take a seat. The matriarch of the Spider's Shadow clan, Yi Mingzhu, who sat at the head of the table, said with a smile. It was as if she had no idea that Li Qingshan had taken away the territory of the clan. After receiving the news, she immediately hurried back with the strength of the entire clan to resolve this great problem. She extended her arm towards the row of seats where the elders sat elegantly. The very last seat was empty, so she naturally gave off the bearing of someone in a superior position. She spoke politely, but her words left no room for doubt. Everyone fell silent and stared at her intently, using their silent words to increase Yi Mingzhu's authority. They were assassins. They lived in silence, and at the moment of death in silence, they would not curse or make a ruckus. They would only speak with the edge of their lethal blades. I don't see where my seat is. Li Qingshan's words immediately made the atmosphere in the hall tense up. All of the elders placed their hands on the weapons on their waists. In the underground world, this was an insult to the matriarch. There were very few humans and demons bold enough to do this. The price they paid was usually blood and death. So everyone's armed. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and an ice blade appeared in his hand. The young night roamer girl at the very end almost drew her blade. Yi Mingzhu remained in the same posture. Even her smile remained the same, like a strange yet beautiful mask. The darkness in the surroundings seemed to become much heavier. Oh, so it's here. Li Qingshan finally made his way to the very end. Yi Mingzhu pulled back her hand and smiled scornfully. So that's all there is to him. Cold, sinister laughter rang out in the surroundings. Yi Liubo's tense heart eased up slightly, but when she heard the laughter, it tensed up again. Her feelings were very mixed. She did not want him to fall out with the matriarch, but she also did not want him to lower his head and give in. The laughter suddenly stopped as if someone had grabbed them by the throat at the same time. All she saw was Li Qingshan lifting up the heavy, obsidian table and placing it in the center of the hall. It just happened to be right across from Yi Mingzhu's seat. He measured it again before sitting down with his legs crossed. This is more like it. You're a guest from afar, so the matriarch probably won't blame you. Regardless of whether she blamed him or not, he urged loudly, hurry up and serve the dishes. I just happen to be hungry. Yi Mingzhu glanced at the caretaker, and he immediately rang the bell. Dishes were served up one by one. There were meat and vegetables, hot and cold, but all of them looked, smelled, and tasted just as good as the delicacies on the surface. However, not a single person had the appetite or the mood to pay attention to these delicacies, as their most important territory had been taken away. Apart from a single demon, the demon who had taken away their territory was currently swinging his cheeks and drinking by himself, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Tasting all the fine alcohol and delicacies in the world had always been one of his vows. How could he let such a great opportunity slip by? Whether it was war or peace, he would eat first. The food of night roamers had a unique flavor. He swept away the entire table of food in the blink of an eye. He licked his lips and said, "Not bad. Is there more?" All the caretaker could do was ring the bell again. As a result, everyone watched as Li Qingshan ate alone. The atmosphere became even stranger. Yi Liubo smiled inside. He really is master after all. Why aren't you eating? Li Qingshan swept away the entire table of food again and raised his head. If you're not eating, then give it to me. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and over a dozen ripples of water flew out, heading straight for the food before them. Swish! 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 There was a flash of light, cutting through the ripples of water. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense and murderous. Eat. You can die a full death on the way to the afterlife. An old woman stood up with a hunched back and placed her food before Li Qingshan as she said sinisterly. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, shaking up the entire room. The cups, plates all trembled. His laughter paused. He leaned forward and glanced around. Who dares to kill me? Chapter 380. How arrogant! The old woman drew her sword and struck out with a speed that did not match her age, stabbing towards his throat. She was as swift as lightning and as insidious as a venomous snake. The elders vanished from their seats at the same time, silently appearing around Li Qingshan. 6 lethal weapons stabbed towards 6 vital points, weaving into a net of death. Who could survive an attack like that? Li Qingshan raised his cup and drank. His clear gaze passed through the forest of blades and swords. Yi Mingzhu sat there without moving. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. The blades and swords stopped. The tip of the old woman's sword was only an inch away from his throat. Swallowing a mouthful of alcohol, his Adam's apple bobbed, almost piercing through his skin. Stand down. Did I say you'd attack? Yi Mingzhu waved her hand, and the elders immediately returned to their seats as if nothing had happened. After hearing Yi Liusu's report, her first thought was, kill. What followed were various doubts. He clearly knew there was great danger, so why was he still bold enough to come? If he fought like a cornered beast, just what kind of losses would the clan suffer? That was why today's banquet was held. As long as he showed even the slightest hint of weakness, it would be a fatal situation. However, his behavior was flawless. If he was not a madman, then he must have something to rely on. This feeling of indifference definitely could not be faked. In the blink of an eye, Yi Mingzhu made up her mind. She stood up and arrived beside him with her hips swaying. She personally refilled his cup. Sir North Moon, just what do you want? Respect. Li Qingshan shook his cup with a smile, causing the alcohol to ripple. This answer left everyone stunned. He was willing to take such a risk. It was nothing strange for him to ask for territory, treasure, or women at a banquet of night roamers, but what he wanted was a phrase that was very unfamiliar to regular demons. That's all. Yi Mingzhu frowned. Respect is the prerequisite for everything. By the way, do you want to become the strongest clan of night roamers? What if my answer is yes? I can help you. This time, it was Yi Mingzhu's turn to laugh. The Spider Shadow tribe was in a very difficult moment. Losing their territory only made matters worse. Right now, their greatest enemy was actually saying he could help them become the strongest Night Roamer clan. Everyone present. They all felt that it was unimaginable, and their gazes towards Li Qingshan became even more unfriendly. Until Li Qingshan took out a dozen spirit talismans. They were laid out on the table in a row. Do you think we can become the strongest clan with just this? Yi Mingzhu sneered, but she was secretly surprised. Night Roamers did not possess the ability to craft talismans, but she understood the power of talismans very well. In a dangerous battle, a single talisman could turn the tides of life and death. It was fortunate that he did not fall out with them. Otherwise, he would have been able to drag a few of them down with him with just those top-grade talismans. Such a talisman. I have thousands of them. Of course, there are fewer top-grade and high-grade ones, and more middle-grade and low-grade ones. Li Qingshan stuck the ice blade on the table again. I have thousands of such spiritual tools. Of course, they're the same as talismans. Oh right, I don't have any on me. With that, Yi Mingzhu was unable to laugh anymore. Her perky chest heaved. The elders' faces were filled with shock. They knew very well that such a large amount of resources would not be enough. They understood what this meant to the entire clan. Mid- or low-grade talismans and talismans were not useless. After all, most Night Roamers still possessed cultivation. In the battles they encountered in the wilderness, these talismans and spiritual artifacts would allow them to gain the upper hand and strengthen the foundation of the Spider Shadow clan. This would completely change the situation underground. If it were not for what Li Qingshan had added at the end, they would have even considered killing and robbing them regardless of the consequences. Through Li Qingshan's observations and his conversation with Yi Liubo, he discovered that Night Roamers were extremely lacking when it came to forging artifacts and crafting talismans. They paled in comparison to humans on the surface. This went without saying. After living underground for thousands of years, under the oppressive rule of demons, the various clans still lacked communication. It would be unbelievable if their civilization was even greater than the surface. Afterwards, he immediately thought of the great pile of items he had accumulated in his 100 treasures pouch. There was no point in keeping them, nor was he bold enough to sell them. Even if he sold them through special channels, the price would definitely be pitifully low. Peace had been around for too long. The demand for these standard items of war had exceeded the supply a long time ago. As a result, he discovered that the Night Roamers before him were the best buyers. Oh right, I still have over 1,100 treasures pouches. One of the elders squeezed the wine cup in his hand flat. What do you want? Yi Mingzhu really lived up to her status as a matriarch. She calmed down very quickly and asked the most important question. Spiritual herbs, as long as they're old enough. This was also what Li Qingshan had considered. There were plenty of spiritual herbs that were hundreds or even thousands of years old underground. Demons did not know how to refine pills, but Night Roamers did know a little. However, what they used the most was the toxicity of these spiritual herbs. They would refine them, mix them in alcohol, and smear them on weapons. It was an absolute waste. However, in the world of humans, any spiritual herb that was old enough could definitely be used in more than one pill formula. Once they surpassed 1,000 years of age, they would become priceless. If Sir North Moon had mentioned this earlier, there wouldn't have been a misunderstanding like just now. Yi Mingzhu smiled, as beautiful as a flower. In war, people were willing to exchange their food for a gun so that they could finish off their opponents. However, spiritual herbs were not an indispensable resource to Night Roamers. Their method of cultivation was basically still accumulation and comprehension. Being able to exchange spiritual herbs for weapons was basically for the best. Li Qingshan thought, if I had discussed things nicely right from the beginning and stated these conditions, this mirror clone would probably have been finished off already. None of us are kind. The weak are not worthy of working with the strong. With that, the atmosphere in the hall changed drastically. Yi Mingzhu saw that the food on Li Qingshan's table was empty. Get the kitchen to serve the food. Sir North Moon, if you're hungry, you can have my portion first. Where's the song and dance performance? The caretaker left in a hurry to make arrangements. A while later, a group of male night roamers actually came up to perform. Every single one of them was extremely handsome. They wore short shorts and performed a sharp sword dance. The elders took turns toasting him. They all smiled from ear to ear. Li Qingshan felt like he was an international arms dealer facing a group of African warlords. Yi Liuxing's face was still frigid, but she could not help but offer him a toast. Yi Liusu was slightly lost. She was rather uncertain whether meeting him was a good thing or a bad thing. Master sure is impressive. Yi Liubu stopped worrying. Her face was filled with joy. She looked at Li Qingshan so much that tears almost dripped from her eyes. After drinking for 70 minutes, eating 5 different dishes, and both the host and guest enjoyed themselves, Yi Mingzhu blushed slightly. She smiled charmingly. Sir North Moon, have you finished eating? You can discuss the deal in detail in my residence later. I'll deal with the matters in the clan first. His face immediately froze. Yi Liusu, Yi Liubu, kneel. Chapter 381. Yi Liusu was expressionless. Yi Liubu's expression changed, but she did not dare to disobey the matriarch's orders. She glanced at Li Qingshan and knelt down in the hall. Do you know your crimes? I know my crimes. Yi Liusu bowed. Yi Liubu could only lower her head. Elder Mingjing, how should they be punished for their crimes? They lost their territory. They should be punished by the snake cave. The old woman said sinisterly. Yes. Yi Liusu did not resist at all. Yi Liubu trembled all over and revealed a look of fear. She felt a hand land on her head, and heard Li Qingshan say, Liubu has already recognized me as her master. She is no longer bound by your laws. Only then did she calm down. Traitors of the clan should be punished by death by 1,000 cuts. Matriarchy. Yi Liubu looked at Li Qingshan like a drowning person desperately grasping at a life-saving straw. Li Qingshan glanced at Yi Mingzhu. Do you still want to put on the airs of a matriarch at a time like this? Sir North Moon, you're making things difficult for me. The clan's laws cannot be abolished. There's no room for negotiation. However, in consideration of our friendship, I'm willing to make compensation. Lulu, Luyun. What orders do you have, matriarch? The 2 women who originally sat below Yi Liubu walked up. They were both rare beauties. From today onwards, you're Sir North Moon's servants. Whatever Sir North Moon wants you to do, you'll do. Yes. The 2 of them said in unison. 1 for 2. That's a good deal. Li Qingshan smiled. Master. Yi Liubu's face paled. She wailed. However, I can't. Sir North Moon, are you not satisfied with this compensation? Then speak up quickly. Night roamers. There aren't many other things, but there are plenty of beauties among my daughters. If you like anyone, just tell me. Is that so? Li Qingshan's gaze fell on Yi Liusu, who was on the ground. Afterwards, he looked at Yi Liuxing, which made her heart tighten. During this process, Yi Liubu felt as if she had fallen into an icehouse, and she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. In the underground world, it was natural for people to betray each other. This was not the first time she had tasted the feeling of being betrayed. This was the first time she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Did she really believe him? Believe that I can be protected? Li Qingshan's gaze swept across Yi Mingzhu's daughters one by one, and finally returned to Yi Mingzhu. He said slowly, respect, respect. What do you mean? As my servant, it's only right that you die for me. However, she was a servant. Not goods, even if I am the master, I must respect this point, cannot casually sell her, so. No matter how high the price you offer, it's useless. Master. Yi Liubo raised her head in disbelief, gazing at his face. Her heart felt like it had risen from hell to heaven, and her eyes could not help but moisten slightly. Yi Liusu was rather moved as well. She relaxed. It seemed like she had not followed the wrong person this time. Yi Mingzhu frowned. I find it very regrettable that you're like this. Don't you think it's not worth it to damage our long-term relationship for the sake of an insignificant bitch? To be honest, none of your daughters are more valuable than her. Liubo, it's not like I'm asking you to kneel. Yes, master. Yi Liubo glanced at Yi Mingzhu and slowly stood up. She puffed out her chest and looked down on those who had once needed her to bow and scrape. Her heart was filled with pride. If you find it unacceptable, I can work with the other matriarchs. I believe they'll be very willing. Li Qingshan's words immediately made the atmosphere tense up once more. Since you're so insistent, fine then. Yi Mingzhu sighed. She could only suppress her anger and her face turned cold. Yi Liubo, since you've already admitted to your crimes, we'll begin the punishment immediately. Take her away. Sister. Yi Liubo could not help but call out. The punishment of the snake cavern sealed up all of her strength, making her suffer the bites of thousands of snakes. The venom in the mouths of the snakes might not be fatal to her, but it was extremely painful. Hold on. Am North Moon, what else do you have to say? Yi Mingzhu squinted her eyes, trying to find an opportunity she could use. I'm not your servant. Yi Liusu's eyes flickered, but her face remained cold. You will be very soon. Matriarch, I have another question. Do the night roamers still want to use that territory? Of course. Yi Mingzhu's eyes immediately lit up. The importance of the territory went without saying, but she had never been bold enough to mention sharing the territory with Li Qingshan. Demons were extremely territorial. Something like that was basically a naked provocation. It was like asking a man, can you lend me your wife? Demon generals with weaker tempers would immediately fall out with her. I've always hated these trivial matters. I want a servant to help me manage it. Li Qingshan was actually not interested in the territory. All he cared about were the resources underground. It was impossible for him to stay underground and watch over it. He was still longing for the pleasures of the mortal world. Under these circumstances, Millipede could not even subdue the demons below with his current strength, and the territory could easily be devoured by other demon generals. He needed a suitable person to manage the situation. Unfortunately, Yi Liubo had yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation, so he had to settle for the next best thing. Yi Liusu became the best choice. Of course, he would not accept any sharing. He could only accept her as a servant. Yi Liusu, from today onwards, you are Sir North Moon's servant. You will listen to all of his orders. You will no longer be restricted by the Spider's Shadow Clan, Yi Mingzhu said immediately, as if she was afraid Li Qingshan would go back on his word. She was a servant, but whether she obeyed him or not was just a single thought. Within the entire Spider's Shadow Clan, there was no one more loyal than Yi Liusu. Matriarch. Yi Liusu, who had always been meek and submissive, finally could not help but raise an objection. However, under Yi Mingzhu's gaze, she could only grit her teeth and lower her head. Yes, mother. Li Qingshan came to a realization. As it turned out, they really were mother and daughter, but he did not take it to heart. He did not care what the night roamers wanted to do with the territory at all. Moreover, loyalty could change. Servant Yi Liusu greets master. Yi Liusu arrived before Li Qingshan and bowed. She was hugged by Yi Liubo and smiled. Sister, from today onwards, we're all master's servants. Yi Liusu smiled bitterly inside. She had never seen someone so happy being a servant. However, as a mighty night roamer, her own mother actually did not even know how to respect demons. In the end, Yi Mingzhu discovered that she had not lost anything, and she had gained a powerful ally. By returning the territory to the demons, the Spider's Shadow clan could let out a sigh of relief. They would no longer become a target for the other clans, which was instead a good thing. Once they had accumulated enough strength, it would be time for them to pay their debts of blood. She was extremely satisfied with this outcome, and she rejoiced that she had not chosen to fight to the death. This North Moon really is different, and he's extremely handsome. He's also extremely handsome. None of her concubines can compare to him. Yi Mingzhu pursed her lips and revealed a charming smile. As a result, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Yi Liubo just knelt beside Li Qingshan, pouring wine and picking food for him. She could not help but rub against him. There was nothing Yi Liusu could do. She pressed her hand against the hilt of her blade and stood to one side, acting as a guard. Yi Mingzhu even expressed enthusiastically that she wanted Li Qingshan to talk to her in detail. Li Qingshan glanced at the frosty Yi Liusu before glancing at the mature and charming Yi Mingzhu. In the end, he hardened his heart and turned her down. It was difficult to endure watching but not being able to eat. However, he believed that all of his patience would be worth it for her sake. He wondered if she had come out of seclusion yet. After the banquet, under Yi Mingzhu's personal guidance, they once again returned to the raging underground river. They followed the current and hurried to Cobweb City to meet Helicoverpa Rosa. Li Qingshan once again displayed his ability to control water. Yi Mingzhu was secretly amazed. Even a water elemental demon general would not be able to do this if he did not have the bloodline of a spirit beast. Everything made sense now. It was not without reason that a demon general who had just passed the heavenly tribulation could easily defeat Liusu. She valued Li Qingshan even more. As long as these demons with supernatural bloodlines continued to cultivate, they would all become incredible figures. In time, they might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the three by Lady Lotha's side. Li Qingshan rode the river like a heavenly horse. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at Cobweb City. The river broke and fell once again. However, the roar of the waterfall was extremely soft and came from far below. Li Qingshan's face was filled with shock. Before him was an inconceivably huge space. The raging river flowed on a vast piece of land with countless tributaries. A cold and majestic black castle rose from the ground, standing hundreds of meters tall. It was actually carved from an entire mountain. There were countless towers, straight and sharp, like countless giant swords of different lengths. They gathered together and pointed to the sky. Li Qingshan had never imagined that there would actually be such a magnificent structure underground. For a moment, he was actually unable to think of a single structure he had seen in both his lives that could rival it. This was Cobweb City. This was where the Spider Queen ruled over this web-like underground world. It was raining. Only now did Li Qingshan notice that the air was very moist and filled with the smell of sulfur. On the other side of Cobweb City, a fire-red river of lava surged over, also splitting into tributaries. Water and fire interweaved to form a strange net that gave rise to clouds of mist. It rose to the top of the cave and turned into a black cloud that never dispersed, enveloping the sky above Cobweb City and raining down rain constantly. It made Cobweb City seem even colder and taller. It actually gave off the illusion that it was impossible to tell just how tall it was. He could clearly see that Cobweb City was connected to the top of the cave, supporting this unbelievably large cavern. We night roamers spent several centuries building this for Ma Spider Queen. It's a perfect piece of art. Yi Mingzhu was filled with pride. To be continued. Chapter 382. Li Qingshan sighed. Without the civil engineering skills of the school of Moism, only other folk had the ability to build something like this. Only demons possessed such patience. Outside Cobweb City, at the foot of a relatively flat mountain was a large, complicated city district. The buildings of night roamers rose and fell endlessly. There were actually no streets. Li Qingshan felt like he was moving through one building after another. The space was completely sealed off. The pitter-patter of black rain against the roofs was the only sound here. There was not even a whisper like in Blackluster City. There were only exchanges of hand gestures, auras, or blades. The night roamers here were clearly much more powerful than in Blackluster City. Black figures drifted past him silently. Even when they saw the matriarch, Yi Mingzhu, they would pass by in a hurry. Isn't this the territory of the Spider Shadow clan? Li Qingshan's voice alarmed a large region. Numerous pairs of eyes looked over from the darkness as if he had done something extraordinary. They were rather hostile, but they only looked away when they saw the horns on his head. This is a mixed residential area in the outer city. There are people from various clans here. Yi Mingzhu still chose to communicate through her aura. Apart from their daily lives, the main mission of the night roamers living here was to find opportunities to assassinate the night roamers of other clans. This was the battlefield of assassins. Only by passing the test here could every night roamer gain the right to enter the inner city and become part of the middle echelon of the various clans. They really don't have anything better to do. There was clearly a deep-seated grievance, yet they just had to live together. It was conceivable. Scenes from books really would appear here, people selling dumplings, people sharpening scissors, peddlers, and children would all suddenly pull out their weapons and charge at you. Being born as night roamers sure was pitiful, but he also found it rather funny. This was probably not just because of Helicoverpa Rose's political schemes, but also because of the dark nature of the night roamers themselves. Only after entering the inner city did the situation take a turn for the better. The clans had been divided into a few large regions. Of course, it was in every single corridor. Every hall was filled with killing intent and unease. As he walked through Cobweb City, Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh at the grandeur and delicacy of the building. It was as if every stone had been meticulously polished by a craftsman, and after a long period of time, it had become even smoother and heavier. Spider totems could be seen everywhere, like some kind of primitive worship. He even saw the existence of a sacrificial offering. In the eyes of ordinary people, a demon commander's strength was akin to that of a god. Li Qingshan was very curious. What would Helicoverpa Rosa look like after ruling this place? Could she see through his mirror image avatar? Should he tell her about the three elders? All kinds of doubts were waiting to be answered. The only fortunate thing was that monsters still couldn't learn the complicated etiquette of humans. After Yi Mingzhu reported, Lin Mengya's expression changed. Soon, he received the news. Walking up the spiral staircase, Li Qingshan ascended to a higher level in Cobweb City and passed through a long, winding corridor. The stone door opened silently, revealing Li Qingshan. It was a large, trapezoidal platform that stood like a cliff. Or perhaps it should be said that it had always been a cliff. A woman in a long, red dress stood on the side of the cliff with her back to them. When Li Qingshan approached, she turned around just now, revealing a stunning face. However, what Li Qingshan felt first was not stunning, but undisguised cruelty and viciousness. Her lips were scarlet as if she had just drunk human blood. Her eyes seemed to ripple with venom. Humans, even if they were evil, would do everything they could to hide it. They would find various excuses to accuse the darkness of society and the depravity of the human heart, or they would propose some sort of philosophical viewpoint to justify their actions. Whether it was a genius or a madman, all of their actions and thoughts would always be restricted by the ideals of human society. There were no exceptions. She was different. She had no morals, no humanity. She did whatever she wanted. Apart from power, she was unrestrained by anything. She was truly evil without any disguise. Even though she had taken on a human form and lived in a human building, she was still a colorful spider. It was just that she was smarter, more powerful, and more vicious. She occupied the center of the spider web, waiting for her prey to come knocking. All of this did not damage her majestic, queen-like bearing. Instead, she had a strange charm that was hard to come by for humans. Li Qingshan felt a sense of déjà vu. The figure that appeared in his mind was actually Gu Yenying. Yes, it was freedom, absolute freedom. Had he fallen in love at first sight precisely because of this temperament? Had he longed to break free from all restraints? You're the newly promoted demon general. What's your name? The one who asked this question was not Helicoverpa Rosa. Only then did Li Qingshan notice that there were 3 demon generals beside her. One of them was a pale, handsome man wrapped in a cloak. His short hair was messy, and his eyes were gloomy. This reminded Li Qingshan of the legendary vampires. The other one was a bald man with bulging muscles. He was as tall as 2 people. His body seemed to be surging with endless power, and his eyes were constantly surging with a strong desire to fight. The last one was an old man with a hunchback. He was extremely small and skinny. As he sat there, he bent over like he was unable to bear the burden. His hunchback that bulged out of his clothes became the most eye-catching part of his body. Every single movement he made was very slow. Even his voice was extremely slow. He was the one who asked the question. Li Qingshan had to take 3 breaths before he finished. Any one of them was a distinct and unique existence. However, beside Helicoverpa Rosa, they were almost ignored by Li Qingshan. From the moment he stepped on the platform and saw that red figure, before he could see her face, all his attention had been attracted by this bright red figure in the darkness. Of course, he was no longer the boy from the mountain. He immediately regained his composure. He was just thinking, if the one he saw back then was her, would he also fall in love at first sight? Your Excellency Dragon's Nail, I am North Moon. I have just passed the heavenly tribulation and have come to see Spider Queen. Li Qingshan bowed. And also Excellency Strong Stone and Excellency Blood Shadow. Before this, Yi Mingzhu had already introduced the basic situation of the underground to Li Qingshan. Helicoverpa Rosa had dozens of demon generals under her command. Among them, there were naturally strong and weak ones. The strong ones among them were called strong demon generals. They were equivalent to middle and late-stage foundation building cultivators. And the strong among the strong were the 3 in front of him. Not only had their cultivation reached the peak of demon generals, they also had powerful bloodlines that were different from ordinary beasts. They possessed power that was absolutely above ordinary demon generals. It was said that each of them had the terrifying strength to fight against multiple ordinary demon generals. In other words, if they joined forces, they could sweep away all the demon generals in this area. They absolutely could not be underestimated. Even if Li Qingshan's main body was here, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat any one of them. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy for them to defeat him either. Why did you put my name at the end? Helicoverpa Rosa still didn't have the intention to speak. She silently sized up Li Qingshan. Instead, it was the pale-faced Blood Shadow who opened his mouth to question first. His expression was even more gloomy. Then, Your Excellency Blood Shadow, which excellency do you think your name should be in front of? I can change it. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. I just casually said something, and you're using it to find fault. You're really crazy. In human terms, this was called a show of strength. Among demons, this was even more of a way to show authority. Monkey kings fighting over ordinary monkeys' food might not be for the sake of eating, but to let others know who was the boss. However, how could Li Qingshan be willing to admit defeat? I think this ranking is very good. Strong Stone said in a muffled voice. You're very bold. Blood Shadow stared at Li Qingshan. In this territory, very few demons or humans dared to speak to him like this. Li Qingshan thought about it. Just as Yi Mingzhu said, these three demon generals didn't get along well with each other. Of course, this was also nonsense. It would be rare for demon generals of the same strength to get along well. Why have you come for an audience? Dragon's Nail didn't seem to hear these arguments. The three of them spoke 4 sentences before he slowly said one. I was originally a demon soldier under Milliped's command, and I've come to claim this territory. After answering Dragon's Nail, Li Qingshan said to Blood Shadow, I've always been very bold. I wonder how strong you are. Strong Boulder grinned. Of course they're very bold. Li Qingshan did not back down at all. Only the weak would show weakness, submitting to the strong so that they could avoid disaster. Human modesty was not popular among demons. Displaying their strength or even putting on a show of bravado was necessary. Oh. Then I'd like to try, Blood Shadow said coldly. I really want to know where you've been during this period of time. Dragon's Nail finally said something else. I've been cultivating arduously in the boundless mountains. I've never heard of your name. You're not a demon that belongs underground at all, so how can you claim territory underground? Millipede has lost his identity as a demon general, so he's no longer fit to be a lord. That territory has already been bestowed to the Night Roamers. The Night Roamers have already agreed to give me their territory. Whether I can possess territory underground probably isn't something you can decide, right? Blood Shadow. Li Qingshan directly referred to him by his name. Very good. Blood Shadow's figure vanished, appearing behind Li Qingshan. His pale white fingertips turned into sharp claws, reaching over with lightning speed. He actually struck out as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation at all. He moved with startling speed. In that moment, even Li Qingshan failed to grasp his movements. He reacted, and his back throbbed with pain. Strong Stone only grinned viciously. Since he dared to provoke the strong, he had to bear the corresponding consequences. Only by enduring it could he earn respect. If he could not, then he was an idiot. He deserved to be taught a vicious lesson. Dragon's Nail was still organizing his words leisurely, ignoring everything that was happening before him. Helicoverpa Rosa finally became interested. With a clang, the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up. It was azure and slightly transparent. Countless hexagons formed a perfect, stable structure, blocking the claws. Blood Shadow's face became even colder. His cloak fluttered as he turned into a black shadow and surrounded Li Qingshan. In that moment, who knew how many attacks the spirit turtle's profound shell had endured? A black tornado whistled and spun, connecting the heavens and the earth. It rushed straight to the dome and scattered the thick clouds. However, it wasn't a divine ability or Dharma spell. It was merely caused by Blood Shadow's figure. Li Qingshan stood in the eye of the storm with his arms crossed. He did not move at all and looked extremely relaxed. Even after thousands of trials and tribulations, it is still strong, no matter what winds blow on it. To be continued, RQ. Chapter 383. He's actually able to face Sir Blood Shadow's attacks so easily. The North Moon really isn't a regular demon general. His existence alone can change the situation underground. Yi Mingzhu backed to one side and watched on from afar. She was surprised before sinking into her thoughts. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes also watched this startling sight. They all had different thoughts. When Li Qingshan was still a demon, even when the three elders worked together, they were unable to smash through his spirit turtle's profound shell so easily, let alone now that he was a demon general. Why don't you try smashing through the spirit turtle's profound shell at 30% strength? Blood Shadow, did you not eat today? Do you want me to try? Strong Stone's laughter drowned out the sound of the wind. He was eager to see who was stronger and tougher. Li Qingshan did not ease up either. His demon chi was being rapidly depleted. Once it reached a certain level, he would not even be able to maintain his mirror clone, let alone fight. And, he could tell that Blood Shadow had restricted his attacks to a very small area the entire time. He had not unleashed his true strength. After all, this was Cobweb City. Oh right, there's something else I forgot to tell you. I'm afraid that once I tell you, even Ma-Am Spider Queen won't be bold enough to keep me underground anymore. Oh. Blood Shadow, come back. Helicoverpa Rosa finally said, I'd like to hear what I'm afraid of. Blood Shadow immediately returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. His face became even colder. Nothing. I just paid a visit to the Green Vine Mountain after the tribulation and got some revenge. Li Qingshan thought about it. What he had done on the Green Vine Mountain definitely would not end so easily. He would probably get back to the demons very soon. Since he could not keep it a secret, he might as well use it as a bargaining chip. He refused to believe that he would lose a demon general. Helicoverpa Rosa did not become angry at all after that. She refused to believe that the demons would use him as a scapegoat so easily. You killed the Green Vine Elder. Helicoverpa Rosa was stunned too. No, he got away. Are you toying with us? Blood Shadow said coldly. Helicoverpa Rosa's face turned cold. I never thought the old man Green Vine would be able to escape after being cut in half. Fortunately, though. The three of them happened to be together, so I killed the other two. The Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder? Dragon's Nail asked slowly. There was some surprise in her eyes as well. Not bad. What proof do you have? Blood Shadow asked. Evidence? The humans would soon come to question them. I'd better leave now, lest I implicate the lords. Li Qingshan turned around and left. Stop. Li Qingshan stopped and turned around, only to see Helicoverpa Rosa's pupils shrink into 2 dots. If you dare to deceive me, at Lady Spider Queen's disposal. You've done very well. Helicoverpa Rosa stared at him for quite a while. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. Ma-Am, this has to do with the Treaty of Kings. This child is a source of trouble. We can't let him live. Blood Shadow advised. Blood Shadow, are you afraid? Helicoverpa Rosa turned around. Her cold voice made Blood Shadow shiver. He knew he could no longer interfere with this matter. Coward. Strong Stone sneered loudly. Lady Spider Queen was bent on war. What the North Moon was doing was perfect for the Spider Queen's taste. It was also perfect for his taste. Blood Shadow was just asking for a rebuff by saying something like that. However, this kid had killed a Human Foundation establishment cultivator before, while he did not have the opportunity. Would he not make Lady Spider Queen look down on him? It was the humans who invaded the underground world en masse and killed demons. It was the disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, Fu Qingjin. He even snuck underground and used a type of incense to lure Millipede out, which led to this. It was the humans who broke the treaty first. Li Qingshan tossed out another matter. He must have used this as a precondition. His chances of being betrayed were even smaller now. From today onwards, that territory belongs to you. Helicoverpa Rosa cut to the chase. If the humans came looking for trouble, that would be for the best. Even the Dragon King had nothing to say about her actions. Thank you for your kindness, Ma-Am Spider Queen. There's only one matter that I'm not too satisfied with. What is it? Why is the Green Vine Elder still alive? I will definitely satisfy Ma-Am Spider Queen. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled afterwards. She found Li Qingshan to be very pleasing to the eye. With a capable subordinate like him, she would be a little more confident in her battles against the other demon commanders. How did you do it? Just when Li Qingshan was about to take his leave, Dragon's Nail asked slowly. The three elders were not people to be trifled with. Judging from Li Qingshan's performance just now, he might be able to protect himself, but achieving that was almost impossible. Did you just say we should kill them together? Strong Stone frowned. Yeah. I have my ways. Li Qingshan smiled and turned around to leave. Dragon's Nail pondered. Was that all his true strength? He possessed such strength right after undergoing the heavenly tribulation. If he was given time to develop, just what level would he reach? She could vaguely see the rise of a new star of the demon race. Helicoverpa Rose's eyes flickered, but she seemed to notice something. Her smile became even more vicious and brilliant. After dealing with the matter of the territory, Li Qingshan stopped worrying. On the way back, Yi Mingzhu treated him with even more respect. She silently dismissed some of her vicious thoughts too. Clearly, he had already gained the Spider Queen's favor. If anyone killed him, they would definitely incur the wrath of the Spider Queen. No night roamer could bear the consequences, so cooperation was the only choice left. Returning to Blackluster City, Yi Mingzhu immediately went to prepare the spiritual herbs for the first transaction. She wanted to exchange them for the talismans in Li Qingshan's possession. At this moment, Yi Liubo played a crucial role. Li Qingshan did not understand the exact value of spiritual herbs and talismans underground, but Yi Liubo knew very well. That was not all. She understood the importance of this resource to the clan, as well as the clan's ability to endure it all. She was sharp-tongued, constantly pushing the bottom line of the Spider Shadow clan, or even pushing it a little further. It made the elders who negotiated with her glare at her furiously. They were almost tempted to draw their blades and stab this traitor to death. Yi Liubo was fearless, as Li Qingshan sat nearby behind her. She was filled with confidence, desperately demonstrating her value as a servant. She also treated this as an opportunity for revenge. She even drew an arcane treasure that said, "If you don't want to negotiate, I'll find another clan to work with," forcing the Night Roamer elders to turn purple. Such a large number of talismans and spiritual artifacts had indeed surpassed their own value. It was of great strategic significance. If it were not for the fact that Yi Mingzhu had returned from Cobweb City and told them that Li Qingshan had already caught the eye of the Spider Queen, they really would have considered falling out with him. In the end, it was Li Qingshan who could not stand it any longer. A high-grade talisman was going to be exchanged for a 1,000-year snake gall flower. Even if it was an open robbery, it would not be so vicious. He cleared his throat. Liubo, respect, respect. He did not care too much about a high-grade talisman or two. The Spider Shadow clan would have other uses in the future. Pressuring them too much was not a good thing. Yi Liubo glanced at Li Qingshan grumpily. All she could do was lower the price, and only then did the elders ease up. In the end, they came to an agreement. That was, they exchanged for it with a minimum price. Li Qingshan obtained 11 spiritual herbs, and none of them were younger than 500 years old. Above ground, even 100 talismans would not be enough to exchange for a single one. That was truly a huge profit. After becoming a demon general, he had higher requirements for the quality and quantity of elixirs. Although elixirs such as chi-gathering pills and chi-amassing pills were still being produced, the efficiency was still not as good as when he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. From demon general to demon commander, he had to cross a millennium. Just the pills he obtained were simply a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Now that he had finally found a new way, his heart was filled with indescribable joy. I can live for 1,000 years. Li Qingshan suddenly came back to his senses. Unknowingly, he already had a lifespan of 1,000 years. This kind of feeling was very strange. The lyrics went, borrow another 500 years from the heavens, but he had already reached twice this number, far exceeding the extravagant hopes of mortals. What was he going to do with these 1,000 years? Once he thought about this question, he was somewhat at a loss. However, he quickly came to his senses. Of course, he would do what he wanted to do. In his previous life, he had read many books about how painful it was to live a long life. His evaluation of it was only 4 words: moaning without illness. What he wanted to do, even 1,000 years wouldn't be enough to do. My dear daughter, don't feel unhappy. This is just a temporary measure. You know that I have always doted on you the most. Otherwise, I would not have given the territory to you. You need to do everything you can to win his favor. It's best if you can make him fall in love with you. I can tell that he likes women too. This will bring great benefits to our entire Spider Shadow clan. In this region, he'll definitely become a powerful figure that won't lose to the 3 sirs in the future. Yi Mingzhu called Yi Liusu to one side and said earnestly while taking advantage of the negotiation. I've never known how to win the favor of others. Are we supposed to rely on demons and not fight for it with our own cultivation? As long as we still live in this region, the status of other folk will never be higher than demons. You need to understand this. The Bat Shadow clan is only bold enough to act so arrogantly because of Sir Blood Shadow. As long as you do this well, the position of matriarch will be yours in the future. What right does a servant have to inherit the position of matriarch? I haven't worked so hard for the sake of becoming matriarch, but for the sake of allowing all night roamers to see the stars and moon again. Yi Liusu's gaze was determined, filled with unshakable conviction. Her identity as a servant had not changed at all. You want to go above ground? Perhaps there'll be an opportunity very soon. The war between the humans and demons is not far away, but don't take this as a good thing. If the war really does come, we'll definitely be fighting on the front lines. We can throw ourselves into the humans. Shut up. Before Yi Liusu could even finish, Yi Mingzhu had already grabbed her by the neck. Why do you think we've been forced underground? It's all because of humans. In the eyes of demons, we're only treated as a special race that needs to be restrained and restricted. However, in the eyes of humans, we're aliens through and through. We have to be slaughtered, or we have to be enslaved. Do you understand? If you dare to say those words again, I will kill you with my own hands. To be continued. Chapter 384. Yes, mistress. Yi Liusu closed her eyes, but she refused to accept it inside. My good daughter, I'm doing all of this for your own good. You'll understand in the future. Yi Mingzhu let go and gently touched Yi Liusu's face. After completing the deal, Li Qingshan immediately set off on his journey back. After being scratched several hundred times by Blood Shadow, a lot of his demon chi had already been depleted. If this dragged on, he would probably not be able to maintain his mirror clone for much longer. Blackluster City completely vanished into the darkness behind them, and the sound of the waterfall grew closer and closer. The 3 of them traveled against the flow, and after an hour, Li Qingshan suddenly stopped. What's wrong, master? Yi Liubu asked. Yi Liusu frowned, as if she had sensed something as well. You're just haunting me. Let's go. Li Qingshan picked up Yi Liubu and sped up. Blood Shadow unfurled his cloak and whistled up the waterfall. He was like a huge, black bat. His teeth protruded from his mouth, making his handsome face seem very vicious. He said, North Moon, are you bold enough to fight me? Let me see just what you're capable of, killing the elders of the 3 mountains. His voice was not loud, but it pierced through the cavern like an invisible sword, reaching Li Qingshan's ears and producing an ear-piercing hum. You're bold enough to hunt me down. Aren't you afraid of Ma Spider Queen's punishment? Li Qingshan called out. Wild gusts of wind wrapped in wind blades shot out with his voice. I won't kill you. I'll just suck every single drop of blood from you so that you understand the consequences of offending me. Blood Shadow unfurled his cloak and shattered the wind blades. He did not slow down at all. I don't have time to play tricks like that with you. As they spoke, the distance between them shrank by half. Compared to Blood's shadow, the three of them moved at a speed that was nothing. They were horrendously slow. You guys go first. I'll deal with him. Li Qingshan stopped and turned around. He handed the 100 treasures pouch and saber to Yi Liubo, then tossed Yi Liubo to Yi Liusu. Master, I can help you. Yi Liusu held a curved sword in her hand. It's rare for you to have such loyalty, but his target is me. Protect Liubo and yourself. This is an order. Yi Liusu didn't say anything and left immediately. Li Qingshan turned around and flew towards a nearby cave. Blood's shadow arrived in a flash, almost without any hesitation. He immediately chased after Li Qingshan. At this moment, Li Qingshan's aura suddenly disappeared. Child's play. Blood's shadow sneered. The sound waves spread like a fine filter, leaving no gaps. Immediately, Li Qingshan's figure appeared. As the chase continued, the distance between the two of them rapidly shortened. The wind whistled, and the figure moved swiftly. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the deep cave was like a roller coaster, undulating and wriggling like intestines. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. The cave in front of him was cut off. It was a dead end. Li Qingshan let out a breath. It's about time. He pressed his hand on the rock wall. Blood's shadow had already sensed the situation in the cave. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he instantly turned into the cave. He saw Li Qingshan 1,000 feet away. To him, this distance could be covered in a breath's time. Rumble. Tremors filled the cave. Cracks instantly covered the rock wall, and thousands of kilograms of earth and rocks fell. Li Qingshan's mocking face. Smoke and dust rose, and the sound wave detection was interrupted. Don't even think of escaping. Blood's shadow advanced instead of retreating. His figure turned rapidly, and he turned into a black and red drill, penetrating the layers of earth and rocks. Giant rocks crumbled into dust like chunks of earth. But when he came to the depths of the cave, Li Qingshan had disappeared, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Releasing these shockwaves had used up the last of his demonic aura. The mirror avatar could not maintain it, and it naturally dissipated. Very good, I have already remembered this name, and this smell. North Moon, I will taste the taste of your blood sooner or later. Anger flashed across his face. Blood's shadow raised his head and sniffed, revealing his fangs with a ferocious smile. He flung his cloak, turned around, and left. Master will be fine, right? Yi Liubo said anxiously. Yi Liusu remained silent. He went to lure the enemy away, and let his servant escape. This kind of monster, no, this kind of person, she had never seen before. In the sea of blue butterfly flowers, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The sneer on his face had yet to vanish. If his original body were here, he definitely would have fought Blood Shadow. Glancing at little Anne, who was focused on forging artifacts, Li Qingshan closed his eyes again. All of the pills in the Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder's 100 treasures pouches had already entered his stomach. He had cleaned up everything the two sects had accumulated over the years. After becoming a demon general, his digestive abilities had become even stronger. The pills were converted into spiritual qi, pushing for the third layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly snapped open. He extended his hand into his bosom, and the Scarlet Wolf tablet flashed rapidly. This was an urgent summons from the Hawk Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan extended a finger and touched it gently. The tablet returned to normal. If he did not respond, he would be treated as having died in the line of duty, so Li Qingshan carried it on him the entire time. Of course, it did not have any tracking function. Just what has happened? Does it have to do with the three elders? Whatever, I'll finish practicing the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression first. I still have to wait for them to return. He sank into his thoughts once more. After who knew how long, all of the pills had been consumed. A strand of spiritual qi rampaged through Li Qingshan's body. If it were not for the fact that his body was tough enough, this power alone would have been enough to blow him to pieces. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved rapidly, forming a huge swirl above his sea of qi. It sucked in the spiritual qi strand by strand. The spiritual qi decreased, but the spirit turtle's demon core shone brighter and brighter. When the final strand of spiritual qi was drained, the spirit turtle's demon core had already shone like a blue sun, shining with unprecedented light. The light was powerful, but not dazzling. It was filled with a tranquil aura, as if it could remain unmoving for tens of thousands of years. In the cavern, Li Qingshan shuddered. His red hair danced like fire as rippling blue light filled the entire cavern. A tremendous demon qi rose up. Little and stowed away the prayer bead he had refined and turned around. The slumbering millipede was startled awake as well. In human terms, the tiger demon and ox demon were body practitioners, while the spirit turtle was qi practitioners. It was the true core of Li Qingshan's cultivation as a demon. In his sea of qi, the spirit turtle's demon core bobbed up and down. Suddenly, cracks appeared on its surface, producing a cracking sound. It collapsed loudly, kicking up huge waves as his sea of qi surged. Li Qingshan peered into his body and saw that his perfectly round demon core had actually turned into the shape of a turtle shell. It was as high as the sky and as flat as the ground. On the back of the turtle, he coiled around the mound. The profound inscriptions crisscrossed, multicolored as they circulated the four seasons. In the turtle shell. Vaguely, something was about to break out. He came to an understanding. It was the spirit turtle's head, tail, and limbs. However, due to his insufficient cultivation, the turtle shell was still a mess. It had not condensed its true form. But even with that being the case, his demon qi had reached an unprecedented peak. His senses had multiplied as well. The world in his eyes had become vastly different. Many messy pieces of information surged into his head, making him feel confused. However, they vaguely indicated the changes of fortune and the ebb and flow of fate. Little An had once told him about the feeling when he performed divination. He understood that he was in a similar state. In the endlessly spinning kaleidoscope. It was as if another world existed there, a profound world that regular cultivators would struggle to come into contact with. The spirit turtle knew fortune and misfortune. It believed without words. After breaking free from that state, Li Qingshan suddenly became convinced. Wang Pushi had summoned him back in such a hurry precisely because of the three elders. This conviction was groundless, but it was firm and unwavering. Li Qingshan smiled. Finally, he took another step forward. Its master's demon qi, Yi Liubu said in surprise and joy. Yi Liusu found this slightly strange. Why was he ahead of them instead? However, when she thought about his various abilities, she did not take it to heart. She felt at ease for some reason and quickened her pace. Master! Yi Liubu flew into Li Qingshan's arms. Li Qingshan patted her back. You've returned. Yi Liubu originally wanted to give him another French kiss, but when she met his clear, unfazed eyes, she was afraid to act up for some reason. She lay in his arms obediently. Yi Liusu was even more sensitive. All she felt was that Li Qingshan had lost some of his violence and impetuousness. Instead, he had gained a sense of maturity and wisdom. The pressure she felt from him seemed to have lessened significantly, but he was even more unfathomable. She dared not tarry, and there was also a sense of unparalleled strength. She also called out. Master! Blood Shadow, I've shaken him off. I don't have time to waste with him. Right, I need to go out and complete the mission given to me by Madam Spider Queen. The underground world will still be managed by you, King Yi Liusu. Don't let anyone disturb Millipede's cultivation. What? No, it's too dangerous above ground. Yi Liubo turned pale with fright. The world above ground was filled with human cultivators. In her eyes, it was filled with killing intent and incomparably dangerous. This was the same as how the cultivators above ground viewed the underground world. I have my own plans. Right, the 100 treasures pouch that we agreed on. Li Qingshan took out 100 treasures pouch that was about the same size and handed it to Yi Liubo. Thank you, master, but, no buts. Yes. Yi Liubo's expression was full of grievance. You can try this pill. It might be able to assist you with the heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan took out a true spirit pill from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in Yi Liubo's hand. Although he had no idea how effective a pill refined for human cultivators would be on night roamers, since it had the word human in it, it should still be of some use. Apart from increasing his own cultivation, a few capable subordinates were crucial too. Mirror clones were good, but they were unable to take care of everything. If Yi Liubo could undergo the heavenly tribulation, then the underground trade could be left to her. She would not have to take care of everything herself. Yi Liusu's gaze was drawn away by the true spirit pill. She sighed in amazement inside, there's actually such a wondrous pill in this world. Yi Liubo had already become so touched that she was speechless. She understood the value of the pill even without saying. What's wrong? Li Qingshan saw how Yi Liubo's eyes had reddened and was rather surprised. Ever since I was young, no one has ever treated me so well. I definitely won't let you down, master. Li Qingshan was rather embarrassed. Most of the time, what he considered first were benefits and returns. However, there was no such thing as a pure relationship that could completely disregard benefits in the world. Even if it did exist, it would be fragile and fragile. People needed each other, so they would form bonds. Because they no longer needed each other, they would remove the alliance. That had always been the logic of the world. What he wanted to be was not a master who wholeheartedly thought for his servant, but a master who was trusted and needed by his servant, so he accepted this loyalty calmly. To be continued. Chapter 385. Moved, Yi Liubo kissed him again, but Li Qingshan stopped her with his hand. He smiled. That'll depend on your performance. Little and watched on with interest. He could not lead a child astray. Arriving on the surface, the sunlight was dazzling. Little Anne, how's your refining of the prayer beads? I've only refined a single one. Little Anne counted the 5 prayer beads in her hand. It's fine. Take it slow. Li Qingshan touched her seaweed-like hair. Little Anne raised her head. Her dark eyes reflected his ordinary face. Li Qingshan rubbed his cheek. Sigh, the life of a handsome man was like a dream. Where have you been during this time? What have you been doing? On the highest floor of the Hawk-Wolf Guard in the Clear River Prefecture, the floor-to-ceiling windows filled the entire room. However, Wang Puxi sat on a high-backed chair. His expression and bearing were always cold and solemn as he studied Li Qingshan before him. He struggled to imagine just what was so special about him that Gu Yenying would treat him differently. A genius? She had seen even more geniuses like that than dogs. Only Little Anne had a chance. However, in just 2 years, he had indeed grown quite a lot. He actually gave off an indescribable sense of steadiness and tranquility as he stood there normally. To complete the missions, obviously, Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of fact. You've only completed these missions? Wang Puxi patted the thin mission documents on the table. Originally, Li Qingshan planned on completing all the missions after dealing with the matters underground, but he had been summoned back in a hurry, so he obviously completed very few missions. There's collecting information too. An idea flashed through Li Qingshan's mind. Collecting information? I'm a novelist, Li Qingshan said seriously. He stared ahead. What bullshit novelist? You're a hawk-wolf guard. Commander, even you can't look down on the school of novels. Ha! Li Qingshan remembered the shoddy excuse Lu Chuanfeng had given him when he first met him. What are you laughing at? Now. I don't care what family you're from. Go and complete this mission. Wang Puxi took out a mission document from the drawer. He threw it on the table in front of Li Qingshan. The Green Vine Mountain has been attacked, 2 sect masters have been killed, the revenge of the underground demons. These words immediately popped up, landing in Li Qingshan's eyes. Sure enough, it was as expected. Flipping through page after page, Zhang Xian explained the cause and effect of the incident in great detail. When he flipped to the last page, it was the painting that Chu Danqing had drawn, and it immediately attracted his full attention. That's right. The one who committed this crime is this monster. He's at the demon general realm, so he should have passed the heavenly tribulation not long ago. It might not be an ordinary beast. It's likely to be a mixed-blood descendant of a powerful monster. Wang Puxi noticed Li Qingshan's strange expression, but he misjudged Li Qingshan's thoughts. Ha, I'm so goddamn handsome. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched, and he held back his smile. He said sternly, with my cultivation, I can't deal with such a powerful demon. Why do you say he's a mixed-blood descendant? It's just an investigation. Little Hua has seen his original body before, and there's even a record. His original body possesses ox horns and a tiger's tail. He even possesses a basic human form. It's very likely that he's a descendant of an ox demon and a tiger demon. What a brilliant analysis. Li Qingshan applauded inside before shoving the document into his 100 treasures pouch. Investigating his own murder case felt like the plot of a detective drama. Would the police be the murderer in the end? Yes, I'll do it right now. Hold on. Wang Puxi leaned back in his chair. Suddenly, he remembered Gu Yenying's instructions. He stopped Li Qingshan. Don't forget to write a report. Report? Why do I need to write a report? Li Qingshan looked back in surprise. Since it's an investigation mission and not a vacation, of course, you have to write a report. All right, I understand. There was nothing Li Qingshan could do. He just casually wrote it down and dealt with it. You have to add your own opinion. It has to be no less than 10,000 words. Wang Puxi added. Since it was Commander Gu's instructions, regardless of whether he could understand the meaning behind it, he had to complete it 100%. Anyway, he didn't need to complete it. Bang! Li Qingshan flashed back and slammed the table. Commander Wang, you're not messing with me, are you? Who needs to write so many words in a report? You're a novelist, right? So what if I am? If you are, then scram and write it. I won't forgive you if you miss one word. Wang Puxi's cold aura surged out. Bang! Li Qingshan flew into the wall of the corridor, and the door closed in front of him. Li Qingshan exhaled. Novelists were people too. Writing 10,000 words, wasn't that asking for his life? At this moment, 2 familiar figures appeared before Li Qingshan, staring at him in surprise. You're Diao Fei, and great hero Yu. Li Qingshan blinked and made out their faces. They were actually 2 familiar people he had not seen in quite some time. Qingshan, I've been ordered to investigate with you. As the first senior brother of the Green Vine Mountain, Diao Fei would definitely be involved in this case. Really? You're a Scarlet Wolf Guard now. Congratulations. Li Qingshan saw Diao Fei's uniform. I should be the one congratulating you. 8th layer Qi practitioner. How did you cultivate? Diao Fei was filled with disbelief. Back then on the dragon ship, Li Qingshan was only a 1st layer Qi practitioner, an insignificant little Qi practitioner. In just a few years, he had undergone such a great change. I just casually cultivated. Oh right, I'll leave the report this time to you. Li Qingshan smiled resplendently as he wrapped his arm around Diao Fei's neck like he was very familiar with him. Apologies. I really want to help you, but Commander Wang has specially ordered that only you can write this report. No one else is allowed to interfere with it, Diao Fei said unnaturally. Although he could feel that Li Qingshan's aura had become much calmer now, the feeling from back then was just too deep. He could not stand with a vicious tiger. All right then. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched. He let go of Diao Fei. Great hero you, why have you come too? Oh right, were you injured on the Green Vine Mountain? Fortunately, I wasn't injured. It's been 2 years, and you've become an adult. I've come to seek refuge with Zijian. Do you still remember that girl? Yu Shuquan glanced at Diao Fei from the corner of his eye. Of course. She's a genius of our 100 schools of thought. It's a pity that you're too old, so you can't join the 100 schools of thought. That's fine. You can still cultivate in the Clear River Prefecture. If you need my help, just let me know. Thank you, but I have to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquan beamed. Sure enough, he still had not forgotten about his old friend. Afterwards, he became helpless. It'll be dangerous. The sect master has already issued a summons, recalling all the disciples. If you don't return, you'll be treated as a traitor. You mean the Green Vine Elder has returned to the Green Vine Mountain again? Li Qingshan's eyes flickered slightly as he asked slowly. Yeah. Yu Shuquan lowered his head and sighed. Diao Fei suddenly shivered. In that moment, he felt like he was under the claws of a tiger, shivering. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. When he returned to his senses, all he heard was Li Qingshan smile. Looks like I have a report to write. Was it a false impression? Let's go. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. That old man really doesn't take my words seriously. But that's fine too. In the hall below, Little End sat on a bench for resting, leaning on her hands as she waited for Li Qingshan. She swung her legs around. Suddenly, her ears twitched. She heard a voice that she found to be slightly familiar. Afterwards, she immediately recalled the person's name and appearance. Zijian, you better stay here. The Green Vine Mountain is far too dangerous. Perhaps that demon will return. You haven't seen it, so you don't know how terrifying demons are, Yu Lian persuaded painstakingly. How do I not know how terrifying demons are? It's exactly because there's danger that I want to go take a look. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Yu Zijian frowned slightly. She was determined. It had been 2 years. She also wanted to go back and take a look. Yu Lian failed to persuade her, so all he could do was sigh. His gaze drifted through the hall aimlessly, quickly sweeping past a tiny figure. Yu Lian looked away again, looking at Little N's face in the end. Although he did not possess Little N's impressive memory, Little N had left a deep enough impression on him. He could not help but make his way over. You're, that, first senior sister, you're here too. Do you know each other, senior brother? Although they had never met before, they were no strangers. Yu Zijian had heard of Little An, the greatest genius of the 100 schools of thought. The primary disciple of the school of Buddhism obviously had the right to be referred to as First Senior Sister. First Senior Sister. 10th Layer Qi Practitioner. Yu Lian was surprised at first before becoming surprised again. The aura she gave off had clearly reached the peak of Qi practitioners, the 10th layer. If it were not for the fact that she was so special, he basically would have suspected that he had mistaken her for someone else. Yu Lian crouched down. Do you still remember me? I'm Yu Lian. Where's Niu Juxia? Isn't he with you? I do. You're the delivery man. You can talk. That was great. Oh my, Zijian, what are you doing? Yu Lian was overjoyed, but he felt his wrist tighten. Looking back, he saw that Yu Zijian's expression had changed. She had become extremely serious. Senior brother, are you talking about Niu Juxia? She's the child I told you about, the one who was with Niu Juxia. She's very pretty, but she can't talk. She can talk now. Oh right, why are you here? Are you really at the 10th layer? Yu Zijian let go of Yu Lian's hand. At first, her head was a mess. Various thoughts flashed through her head, as if she had a fleeting flash of inspiration. It was extremely important, but she was unable to grasp it no matter what. Little N, let's go. At this moment, the three of them made their way down. Li Qingshan called out from afar, and Little N leapt off the bench and ran over to grab Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan glanced at Yu Zijian before waving his hand and summoning a cloud. After becoming a demon general and reaching the 3rd layer of the spirit turtle, using water techniques felt as simple as blinking an eye. The cloud he summoned was both large and fine, so he even had to control it a little. Yu Shuquang saw how Yu Zijian stood there without moving, so he thought Yu Lian had already convinced her. He called Yu Lian over, but Yu Lian was rather confused as well, but he had no time to think too deeply about it. They boarded the cloud and were about to fly off. A flash of inspiration appeared in her head, connecting everything together. Yu Zijian suddenly turned around and called out to Li Qingshan's back. Niu Juxia. P.S. There's only a single chapter today, so please forgive me. I need to think about the plot carefully. To be continued. Chapter 386. Yu Shuquang was alarmed. He looked at Li Qingshan. Yu Lian had been wondering why Little N was with Li Qingshan, but he seemed to understand something now. Only Diao Fei was confused. What are you shouting for? Do you want to come with me? Li Qingshan slowly turned around. His voice was steady, and his expression was natural. Having undergone the baptism of 2 identities, he could be regarded as an actor at the very least. He would not give himself away just because a little girl called him that. Yu Zijian stared at Li Qingshan closely. She made her way over step by step, but she was rather hesitant inside. If you're not going, then we'll be leaving first. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief inside. As it seemed, she was not very certain either. I'll go. Yu Zijian leapt up. She refused to let him go just like that. She sat down beside Li Qingshan and continued to stare at him, like a swordsman searching for an opening in her opponent. Yu Shuquang shot a glance at Yu Lian, and Yu Lian lowered his head. The cloud shot off. Her long hair and clothes ruffled in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the Clear River Prefecture had been reduced to a small piece, vanishing into the horizon. Great hero Yu, don't tell me your daughter has taken a fancy to me. Li Qingshan felt uneasy under Yu Zijian's stare. Zijian, don't be rude. Yu Shuquang scolded. Father, tell me. Yu Zijian pointed at Li Qingshan. Tell you what? Yu Shuquang frowned very seriously. On the Green Vine Mountain, the main hall stood majestically. Through some unknown method, it had actually returned to its original state. Fellow Fu, the Sword Collection Palace really does live up to its reputation with its wondrous techniques. The Green Vine Elder's hair and beard were tangled together, shining like silver. At first glance, he seemed rather like a hermit, someone of great virtue and prestige. However, his eyes were filled with respect as he looked at the young man before him. There was even a hint of flattery. No matter how majestic the structure is, it can't escape the fate of ruin's end. Fu Qingjin strolled through the hall. It was as if he had not heard what the Green Vine Elder had said at all. He sighed and muttered to himself. What a condescending attitude. The Green Vine Elder frowned, but he still asked politely, will the demon really come? I will. Fiendish demons are all arrogant, and he is the most arrogant among the arrogant demons. A gleam of light flashed through Fu Qingjin's eyes. The moment of sharpness made the green vine elder shiver in fear, but it also eased him up slightly. You have a guest. Fu Qingjin's figure gradually disappeared as he reverted to his dispirited and tired appearance. He stepped into the void. Sect leader, senior brother Diao and senior brother Yu have returned. There's also a hawk-wolf guard who says he wants to investigate the deaths of the two old men. At this moment, a disciple reported in a hurry. The green vine elder beamed with joy at first before frowning again. The hawk-wolf guard. Li Qingshan climbed onto a platform and raised his head to look at the grand hall that he had personally destroyed. He was slightly taken aback as well, finding it interesting. He continued on his way. I am Li Qingshan of the Scarlet Wolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. I've come to investigate under the orders of Commander Wang Pushi. Please cooperate with me, Sect Master Green Vine. He entered the hall, and Li Qingshan bowed politely before studying his old enemy again. Where's your Commander Hua? The Green Vine Elder saw how Li Qingshan was only an 8th layer Qi practitioner, so he became rather impatient. He could sense that the Hawk-Wolf Guard's contempt for this matter was clear enough from the people they had sent. He could only rely on the Demon Slayer for the matter of revenge. After all, even Gu Yenying was a half-demon. Our Commander Hua is currently in secluded cultivation. Then you should go. Go back and tell your Commander Wang that I, the Demon Slayer, will fight demons to the death. The Green Vine Elder waved his hand like he was swatting away a fly. Talking to a nobody like him would just lower his status for no reason. I've only come to investigate. I can't interfere with this. Please cooperate with us, Sect Master. Our Hawk-Wolf Guard will do our best to investigate this matter, Li Qingshan said boldly, ignoring the glances from Diao Fei and Yu Shuquang beside him. See him off. The Green Vine Elder waved his hand. Qi practitioners like him who had no sense of propriety were even more annoying than flies. Did he really think he could stand on equal footing with Foundation establishment cultivators just because he was a Hawk-Wolf Guard? Yu Shuquang stood up and accompanied Li Qingshan to the foot of the mountain. He grumbled, Qingshan, you should be a little more polite to the sect master. That way, he'd be able to talk to you a little more. I've come as a representative of the Hawk-Wolf Guard. Your sect master finds my cultivation to be too low and looks down on me, but I can't look down on myself. This is all a small matter. Tell me, what's going on with Zijian? Yu Zijian paced around the mountain out of boredom. She was not a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain, nor was she a Hawk-Wolf Guard, so she had no right to see the Green Vine Elder. Her head was filled with Niu Jusha's matters. She held a flower petal in her hand and plucked it off one by one. Yes, no, clang. The thrum of a sword interrupted her thoughts. Yu Zijian suddenly looked back and followed the small path into the forest. In the ruins, Fu Qingjin fished with his sword. He looked back and smiled. You've come. So it's you. Why have you come again? I don't seem to be very well received. The sunlight filled the pavilion as Fu Qingjin smiled faintly. He seemed indescribably unrestrained and graceful. I'm going. Yu Zijian glanced at the green ruined sword. It's very inconvenient for a man and a woman to be alone. Yu Zijian turned around and waved her hand, leaving quickly. She knew this guy was going to try and persuade her to go to some sword collection palace again after just a few words. Master treats me very well. He said he'll formally accept me as his disciple once I undergo the heavenly tribulation. I'm not going to the sword collection palace. Everything she cared about was here. Her father, her master, her senior brother, her siblings from the school of Taoism, and Niu Juxia. Before she understood everything, how could she leave? Fu Qingjin was taken aback for quite a while. He was almost tempted to trap her here and say a few words to her. He let out a long sigh. Is it not fate yet? After leaving the green ruins illusion, Yu Zijian took out the flower in her hand and was about to count. Oh no, was it a yes or a no earlier? I don't have to worry now that you've said that. They scrambled out of the way and watched as Li Qingshan continued up the mountain. They glanced at one another before rushing down the mountain at the same time. The Green Vine Mountain was far too dangerous. They would never return this time. In the hall at the top of the mountain, the Green Vine Elder suddenly snapped open his eyes. They shone with green light and flickered with uneasiness. He looked around before settling down. As soon as Li Qingshan reached the waist of the mountain, all the Green Vine disciples were alarmed. Diao Fei wiped away his cold sweat and forced himself to remain composed. He managed to gather the remaining Green Vine disciples together. Since the sect master had not fled, he could not flee either. However, all he could do was watch as Li Qingshan made his way to the top of the mountain from afar. Old bastard of the Green Vine, your death is here. Li Qingshan smiled and bared his fangs as he called out. His voice pierced through the clouds as demon chi surged into the air and the entire mountain trembled. How dare you, wretched demon! You've killed my fellow cultivator and insulted my sect. I'll show you what I'm capable of today. The Green Vine Elder replied, pass down my orders. All disciples of the Green Vine Mountain are to disperse far away. There's no need for you to fight. Watch me purge demons. Two voices conversed in the hall. Is that his real body? This demon chi should be real. With a swing of the ice blade, Li Qingshan crossed several hundred steps in a single step, leaving behind a long trail of light. He arrived at the top of the mountain in a flash, crushing the ground. He raised his blade and pointed it at the sky. The blade whistled through the air, illuminating the gloomy hall and the Green Vine Elder's sunken face. P.S. His mental illness has improved. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 387. Evildoer, today is the day you die. Shao Chen swung his green vine staff down and shattered the saber light. Greenwood transforms into a dragon, dragon battles in the wild. The Green Vine Elder slapped himself, and green light erupted, expanding and turning into an azure dragon with scales and horns. It roared as it soared through the air, flying out of the hall. A clap of thunder tore through the sky. At some point in time, the moon and stars in the night sky were covered by a black curtain. Heavy rain poured down and strong winds blew. The dragon roamed the world, accompanying him. The green dragon looked down from above, its green light shining brightly. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, scattering Li Qingshan's demonic aura. He was awe-inspiring like a god. Magic artifact. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Only a ritual implement could have such power. The verdant wood spirit belonged to the east. When condensed to the extreme, it would transform into a dragon. This was not just the power of an arcane artifact, but the embodiment of the Green Vine Elder's entire cultivation. Shao Chen's vision darkened. The azure dragon let out a long roar and pounced down. It was like a surging azure wave, sweeping up the sky with an unstoppable momentum. Die, demon! Boom! Billions of raindrops scattered in all directions, piercing through countless leaves. Li Qingshan abandoned his saber and used his fist to punch the azure dragon's head. Waves of energy flowed through Shao Chen's legs and spread throughout his entire body. Unexpectedly, he was somewhat unable to block it. He was pushed down the mountain by the azure dragon, his feet leaving two deep grooves in the ground. Li Qingshan dismissed his underestimation. He truly was the leader of the three elders after all, a foundation establishment cultivator who had cultivated for a century. When he unleashed a life-threatening attack, it was extraordinarily powerful. He grinned. If you hadn't pretended to be dead that day and the three of you had teamed up, I wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Shut up, evildoer. The Green Dragon Demon Slayer. The Green Vine Elder was enraged. He no longer possessed any elegance at all. He spread his arms and a green light surged out like a tide. The azure dragon shone brightly, and its body swept over, wrapping around Li Qingshan. Its 4 dragon claws dug deeply into the ground, extending thousands of roots into the Green Vine Mountain. Even though his divine strength was astonishing, it was still difficult for him to use it. He wanted to kill Li Qingshan on the spot. Boom! Another clap of thunder resounded in the sky. But it couldn't suppress Li Qingshan's growl, Zhen. Shockwaves surged, and visible ripples appeared on the azure dragon's body as it roared. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain watched on from afar. He tottered about. Looking up, the Green Vine Mountain was actually trembling gently, as if it was trembling under the power of the powerful demon. Li Qingshan's dragon body shattered and he shot into the sky. However, in the span of a breath, another dragon roar sounded from beneath their feet. The azure dragon's figure coiled up and actually chased after them again. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of green light. Li Qingshan frowned. He used the spirit turtle's profound shell, and green light shot out. Suddenly, they transformed into thousands of vines and branches, entangling and pulling him down. It was like a frog spitting out its tongue to catch insects. With a flash of the blade, the long tongue was severed. But immediately, more vines stretched out like an endless green wave. The ice blades danced wildly, like sharp wheels spinning rapidly. They tore apart the wave, but there was no end to it. He wants to exhaust my strength. Take out the leader first. Li Qingshan guessed the Green Vine Elder's plan. He sucked in a deep breath and let out a great roar at the azure dragon. The Tiger Demon's Slaughter Roar. Fierce winds surged, and thunder rumbled faintly. A black pillar of wind spun and rushed into the azure dragon's mouth. It immediately swelled up, and thousands of wind blades shot out, shattering the azure dragon. At the same time, a pair of half-transparent wings of wind unfurled on Li Qingshan's back. With a flap, he vanished into the sky. In the next moment, he appeared in the main hall, above the Green Vine Elder's head. He wielded his blade with both hands and swung down. The second innate ability of the tiger demon, giving wings to a tiger. With the fierce winds as his wings, he controlled the divine wind and soared through the sky. Li Qingshan's scarlet hair was like fire, and his eyes narrowed to the size of needles. Killing intent surged out and poured into the blade. No matter what your trap is, as long as I kill you, it's all for nothing. Die. Defense Talisman Formation. The Green Vine Elder was surprised, but he did not panic. With a wave of his hand, 7 talismans lined up in a row. They shone brightly and turned into 7 layers of light. The first layer, the second layer, the third layer. The ice blade pierced through the third layer of light without any sluggishness. Its sharpness diminished, and its momentum was thwarted. You wretched demon. The Green Vine Elder stared at Li Qingshan in hatred and fear. He formed a series of seals with his hands, and the shattered azure dragon outside the hall actually reassembled, flying back into the hall. There's no end to this. Li Qingshan made up his mind. He ignored the raging azure dragon behind him, abandoned the power of the spirit turtle's profound shell, abandoned the wings of wind, and poured all of his demon chi, power, and killing intent into the blade as he roared out. The 4th layer, the 5th layer, the 6th layer. The layers of light were ripped apart one by one. Only a thin layer remained. The Green Vine Elder immediately remembered the icy cold feeling of being cut in half by the blade last time. He did not want to experience it a second time. He powered the Azure Dragon desperately, slamming it heavily into Li Qingshan's back. Bang! There was a heavy thud, followed by the soft sound of bones shattering. Thank you. Li Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not care about his wounds at all, using the force to swing his blade. The final layer of light shattered. Save me, fellow. The Green Vine Elder cried out. If his head was split open, even he would not be able to come back from the dead. The hall, which stood firm in the storm, distorted and disappeared. It was nothing more than an illusion. A green sword appeared out of thin air. Green light flowed through the blade, slowly drawing an arc before returning to its sheath. It was like a dream. The broken blade spun into the air and stabbed into the ground. A thin, red mark appeared on Li Qingshan's throat. He was calm. He glanced at the broken blade in his hand before glancing at Fu Qingjin beside him. Only then did he develop a frigid fury. As it turned out, this was the true face of the trap, Fu Qingjin. You wretched demon. You'll die a horrible death. The Green Vine Elder was overjoyed, as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, he also felt slightly uneasy. He just felt like what he faced today was not as powerful or terrifying as last time. As he looked at Li Qingshan's calm expression, his uneasiness became even more intense. No, that's impossible. I hope you can always protect him. There will be a day when I personally kill him and you. Oh right, I'm called North Moon. Li Qingshan straightened himself, and his figure gradually faded. Just a clone. The light in Fu Qingjin's eyes flickered. Just a clone possessed such strength. It was truly shocking. He could vaguely sense that failing to kill him back then might have been a very great mistake. In the lake in the distant mountains, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and sat up on the surface of the water. He rubbed his neck instinctively. How was it? Little An asked. I almost killed that old bastard, but someone stopped me and killed my clone. It's also an old friend. He's called Fu Qingjin. Cold light flickered through Li Qingshan's eyes. He was the one who lured out Millipede and forced him to blow up his demon core. His grievances ran even deeper than the three elders. If he worked with Little An and went up the Green Vine Mountain, would he be able to kill him? Should we do it? The flames in Little An's eyes flickered. No. That sword is just too sharp. Probably even the spirit turtle's profound shell can't block a few hits from it. He probably wasn't serious at all last time. Li Qingshan was interested. After a moment of thought, he shook his head in the end. Through this clash, he had instead gained an even deeper understanding of Fu Qingjin's strength. He was powerful, but his sword was even more powerful. As one with the sword, he could unleash extraordinarily terrifying strength. That sword might have already surpassed the level of arcane artifacts and reached the level of arcane treasures. He needed to properly investigate the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace when he returned. When he was struck, Li Qingshan had a feeling that the sword had not even unleashed a tenth of its power. Originally, it would have been impossible for a Foundation establishment cultivator to wield an arcane treasure. However, the cultivation method of the Sword Collection Palace had made the impossible possible. After 2 years, Li Qingshan was not the only one who was improving. The talented prodigy who wielded a renowned sword, Fu Qingjin, was also improving at a startling rate. Every strand of fusion with the Green Ruin's sword made his strength stronger. Fair enough. Once I refine a string of skull prayer beads, I'll compete with him. An E expressed his agreement. Li Qingshan was only a little bit away from reaching the 3rd layer of the Tiger Demon. By then, both of their strengths would take another step forward. It's best if you refine your white bone sword too. It's impossible for me to fight him with regular weapons. I need to find a suitable weapon to use as well. The ice blade forged from the whale's ingestion of water could only be regarded as passable. Whether it was sturdiness or sharpness, it was nowhere close to what Li Qingshan wanted. It was fine against weaker opponents, but against an opponent like Fu Qingjin who wielded weapons and was extremely powerful in the first place, it was far too disadvantageous. However, Li Qingshan was still in quite a good mood. After this round of verification, at the very least, he was no longer at the mercy of others like he was in the past. He was unable to deal with Fu Qingjin right now, but Fu Qingjin was unable to do anything to him either. God damn it, I've got nothing better to do anyway. I'll assassinate him once a day with my clone. I'd like to see how many times you can protect that old coot. An Yi smiled. Fellow Fu, what do I do now? If that wretched demon sends his clone to assassinate me every day, what should I do? The Green Vine Elder was filled with worry. He truly was the wisest of the three elders. He immediately thought of this. I'll help you cast down a Tai dust formation of disintegration on the Green Vine Mountain. Even if demon generals fall into it, only death awaits them. You don't have to worry. Sigh, that's all we can do. Though, I'm a mighty sect master. If I'm scared off by a demon general, what dignity do I have left? What dignity do I have left for the demon slayer? The palace master has already negotiated with the Dragon King of the Sea. He won't just let this matter slide. If the demons refuse to give an explanation, then all we can do is fight. The Green Vine Elder thought, that's what you want. If that really happens, I'll probably be even more afraid of leaving my home and roaming around. Sect Master. Diao Fei came to see him with a group of disciples. He did his best to suppress his fear and avoid looking at the mess on the top of the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang followed behind. He made up his mind, no, I have to come up with an excuse to leave the Green Vine Mountain and seek refuge with Li Qingshan. I feel like doing this, is very wrong. We should abide by the Treaty of Kings and allow humans and demons to coexist peacefully. What the hell are you writing? Open your dog eyes and count. Are there even 10,000 words? Chapter 388. Every single character in the report was the size of a cup, and the handwriting was terrible. It seemed crooked, like a child's careless homework. As for the content, it seemed to further prove this point. It's not good for demons to kill people. It's not like the Green Vine Mountain is innocent. Why do they have to hold some herb-gathering ceremony? Of course, demons are still wrong. They need to be punished. It was just a few sentences, vague and ambiguous. Commander, it's not that I don't want to write it, but the sect master of the Green Vine Mountain refuses to cooperate. I don't know what to write either. I can't just make it up. Li Qingshan laid out his hands and said helplessly. I don't care. You'll make it up whether you want to or not. You're the commander, and I'm the commander. Wang Pushi used his authority as the commander to force Li Qingshan to submit. You're far too unreasonable. That's what you get for being arrogant. Now do you understand what it means to be one rank higher than you? Wang Pushi sneered. Li Qingshan became slightly infuriated. He slammed the table and said, at the end of the day, this mission is just nonsense. Whether they die or not has nothing to do with me. It's not like I'm familiar with them. The Green Vine Elder doesn't take a measly chi practitioner like me seriously at all, so why would I have so many thoughts for them? The two men glared at one another furiously. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair. They looked back at the same time. Before they knew it, Gu Yenying was sitting on a bench in the corner of the room with her legs crossed. Commander Gu. The two of them called out at the same time. Wang Pushi made his way out from behind the table in a hurry and bowed towards Gu Yenying. One rank higher than you really do. Li Qingshan sighed gently, earning a vicious glare from Wang Pushi. Little bro Qingshan. Are you dissatisfied with my mission? With a flash, Gu Yenying arrived before the table and picked up the thin report. Yours. No. I just feel like 10,000 words is too much. Li Qingshan was completely unable to grasp her movements. Compared to her speed, Blood Shadow seemed like he was crawling on the ground. Even if he transformed into a demon general, he was definitely not a match for her, and with this strange speed, it was likely that he would not even be able to escape 10,000 words. Gu Yenying laughed. Old Wang. You're abusing your position to avenge a personal grudge. This subordinate doesn't dare. The mission given by the commander must be completed 100%. Doing so half-heartedly is a disgrace to commander's love for him. Wang Pushi paid no attention to Li Qingshan's angry glare. Did you return after seeing the Green Vine Elder? Gu Yenying suddenly asked. Her gaze became as sharp as a hawk's, as if she could see through him. Yes. Li Qingshan lowered his head, not daring to look at her in the eye, for fear of exposing himself. Then we've missed out on a great show. The demon went to the Green Vine Mountain again. If it weren't for Fu Qingjin, he almost killed the Green Vine Elder again. Gu Yenying leaned against the table. Cross your arms. Commander, was the demon slain? Pressed Wang Pushi. No, it's just a clone. Just a clone possesses such strength. If the main body had taken action, probably not even Fu Qingjin would have been able to handle it. Gu Yenying glanced at Li Qingshan with a smile. Li Qingshan listened quietly, but he felt like Gu Yenying's gaze. She had never left him. Once upon a time, this was the attention he hoped for, but right now, he only felt very pressured. Gu Yenying changed the topic again. Little bro Qingshan, tell me, just what is the demon thinking? Li Qingshan said, he wants to die. Really? He's seeking his own death by doing that. He's defied the Treaty of Kings and destroyed the current peace. Even demons won't spare him. Li Qingshan raised his head and stared into Gu Yenying's eyes. He vaguely felt that Gu Yenying already knew something. She had specially arranged for the report to beat him up. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Wang Pushi interrupted, it's not as simple as you think. If the Dragon King of the Sea would hand over his clansmen so easily, he wouldn't deserve to be called the 10 Demon Kings. But if it's not handled properly, I'm afraid it might lead to a war. I'm here to handle this matter. No matter what that demon is thinking, I hope he can calm down during this time. Gu Yenying said as she walked out the door. Li Qingshan's heart tightened, but then he let out a sigh of relief. She stopped and looked back. That's right. Rewrite it. 10,000 words, not a single word less. Wang Pushi laughed and patted the stunned Li Qingshan's shoulder. What does Gu Yenying know? How much does she know? He wondered if he should just leave in a hurry. But she doesn't seem to have any intention of investigating. If I just leave like this, wouldn't I be too cowardly? She'll laugh at me. Speaking of which, she's also a half-demon. Although she's not quite the same as a half-demon like me, she might feel close to me when she sees me. Not only will she not harm me, but she'll also love me greatly. If I didn't already have a woman, this might be a good opportunity to get close to her. Don't be silly. That woman isn't some dream goddess. Who are you to include the deaths of tens of thousands of people into your plan without a care? On Cloud Wisp Island in the academy, Li Qingshan stared at the verdant bamboo outside the window as his thoughts ran wild. Then he lowered his head and looked at the white paper on the table. He racked his brains and lamented, 10,000 words. In the end, Li Qingshan did not choose to leave the 100 schools of thought. No matter what Gu Yenying knew, she did not seem to have any ill intentions. He had a feeling that if she really did make up her mind to deal with him, he would still be doomed even if he fled to the world of demons. His identity as a human brought him far too many benefits. If he gave up on this, his cultivation speed would plummet. This was intolerable. Even if he had to take on some risks, he would not hesitate. My dear disciple, are you writing a novel? Lu Chuanfeng made his way over and poured him a cup of tea. He was extremely eager. No. Then what are you doing? It's a report from the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan explained the entire story. Isn't that simple? I'll write it for you. This is what I'm best at, Lu Chuanfeng said as he patted his chest. All right then. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Lu Chuanfeng immediately sat down and began to write rapidly. In just 2 hours, a report of 10,000 words was completed. Here, just take it and copy it. Thank you. Li Qingshan accepted it and took a look. The content was extensive, deep, and flowery. It discussed the meaning of the Treaty of Kings in depth and the conflicting relationship between humans and demons. Even Li Qingshan found it very enlightening. He developed some admiration for Lu Chuanfeng. My dear disciple, I have something to discuss with you, Lu Chuanfeng rubbed his hands and said in embarrassment. What is it? Can you lend me some spiritual stones? Lu Chuanfeng poured another cup of tea for Li Qingshan. What do you need spiritual stones for? Don't tell me you're going to the brothel again. No, I want to buy a true spirit pill for establishing a foundation. Lu Chuanfeng had been attempting to establish a foundation for the past few months, but he never succeeded. The main issue was that he was very poor. He could not afford a true spirit pill. Although he had already recovered some of his dignity as the leader of the school of novels, novels could not be converted into spiritual stones, so he was still very poor. He could not afford a true spirit pill. The power of will gathered could be used for cultivation, but it could not be used to break through to the next level. Just as he was feeling vexed, he saw Li Qingshan return. He immediately thought that this disciple of his seemed to be quite rich. Li Qingshan was stunned. A dignified family leader living in such a state was really pitiful. If you can't, then forget it. Lu Chuanfeng's face turned red. What kind of family leader would borrow spiritual stones from a disciple? He did not even know when he would be able to return them. I can't borrow spiritual stones, but I'll lend you 2 true spirit pills. Li Qingshan said after some thought. Are you serious? Lu Chuanfeng was greatly disappointed after hearing the first half of the sentence. But when he heard the second half, he could not believe his ears. What kind of chi practitioner would be willing to lend out true spirit pills? Of course. As he spoke, Li Qingshan took out 2 brocade boxes and placed them on the table. Is this really for me? Lu Chuanfeng swallowed his saliva and opened the brocade box. As expected, it was the true spirit pills that he had been looking forward to. They shone brilliantly and were extremely alluring. It's not for you. You'll have to return them in the future, Li Qingshan reiterated. All right. I'll definitely return them before you need them. Lu Chuanfeng was deeply moved. Although Li Qingshan did not say it, he could imagine how much effort Li Qingshan had put in to obtain these 2 true spirit pills in preparation for building his foundation in the future. Now, without any hesitation, he had lent them to him without even signing a contract. What kind of trust was this? His nose turned sour. He placed his hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder and said, Qingshan, to be able to take in a disciple like you, I am truly blessed. There's no need for that. If you can build your foundation successfully, it'll be beneficial to the entire school of novels. I'll be able to bask in some of your glory as well. Li Qingshan still had about 40 true spirit pills on him. Lending out 2 was not a big deal. As for whether Lu Chuanfeng would renege on his debt, he did not even think about it. It was not because he trusted Lu Chuanfeng's character, but because he trusted his own strength. If he dared to not return it, then he would pay it back with his life. Scoundrel, I helped you out of goodwill, yet you dared to cheat me. Die. Oh, right. Don't tell anyone that I gave them to you. Otherwise, you'll have to return 4 pills. It was best if fewer people knew that he possessed the true spirit pills. Alright, I won't tell anyone. Lu Chuanfeng was so moved that his eyes turned red. He said with a trembling voice. He clearly did not want this matter to spread out and embarrass himself as the clan head. How attentive, how considerate. Qing Shan, I'm leaving. Lu Chuanfeng did not say anything else. He stood up and walked out the door. At the corner of his eye, another tear slid down. Is it that exaggerated? Li Qingshan scratched his head and muttered to himself. What's so exaggerated? A familiar voice came from outside the window. Qiongji. Li Qingshan looked back and saw a familiar smiling face at the window. Wasn't it Han Qiongji? Hey, brat, you haven't done anything shameful behind my back recently, right? Be honest, I've heard about it. Han Qiongji suppressed the excitement in her heart and pretended to be serious. To be continued. Chapter 389. Li Qingshan went directly to the window, hugged her delicate body, and carried her into the room. What are you, oh? Before Han Qiongji could finish her words, her lips were sealed by him. She could no longer be reserved, tightly hugged his broad back, and passionately responded. They fell to the floor and rolled a few times. I missed you so much, why did it take you so long to come out? You're only in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, you're really stupid. Li Qingshan pressed her under his body, his face full of smiles, and after saying this, he kissed her again. You still dare to talk about me, if it wasn't for you, why would I waste so much time? Why did you take off your clothes? Han Qiongji flipped over and fiercely pinched his waist. It's all my fault, I'll now bear a bramble and ask for forgiveness. While speaking, Li Qingshan took off his shirt, revealing his strong physique, and backhandedly went to untie her belt. Then why did you take off my clothes? Han Qiongji grabbed his hand and stared at him. You made me alone in this room for so long, shouldn't you bear a bramble and ask for forgiveness? Li Qingshan turned her over and rode on her, grabbed her hands, and pressed them on both sides. I almost let you get away with it, tell me clearly, what have you been doing all this time, what's going on with you and Ru Xen? Otherwise, don't even think of touching a single hair on my body. Han Qiongji struggled, but she couldn't break free. What a great strength, and still so unreasonable. Do you believe me or not? Li Qingshan leaned down and stared into her eyes. He had gone through a lot of trials and endured a lot, but as long as he could calmly embrace her, it was worth it. Han Qiongji looked up at his bright and fiery eyes, already believing him in her heart. She smiled and gently shook her head, I don't believe you. Good, Han Qiongji, you dare not believe your husband, let me punish you. Li Qingshan pretended to be angry, tickling her while looking at her sensitive parts, moving his hands up and down. Good, good, I believe you. I believe you. Han Qiongji struggled but was no match for his strength. She giggled and panted. As long as you believe me. I kept myself chaste for you. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Li Qingshan raised his hand and closed all the windows. With another wave of his hand, a faint blue light screen enveloped the room. How do we verify this? Hey, stop. Han Qiongji struggled helplessly. The clothes on her body became less and less, and the redness on her face became more and more intense. However, there was only joy in her heart, and even a trace of expectation. In just a short while, her clothes were all over the floor, and her jade-like body was strewn across the floor. 2 blazing hot bodies. They intertwined and ignited each other's passion, caressing and hugging each other as if they wanted to become one. After a period of entanglement, the two lay down in each other's arms. Recounting the feelings of separation. Han Qiongji lay on Li Qingshan's chest and blinked. What did you call yourself just now? What? Li Qingshan was so focused on caressing her slender legs that he felt a punch in his lower abdomen. He retracted his gaze. What are you doing? Doesn't it hurt? Han Qiongji was astonished. In order to free his lower body from the state of thinking, she had used her true qi. But it didn't have any effect. Of course it hurts. Aya, it hurts. Li Qingshan said without sincerity. He lowered his head and kissed her elegant neck. Don't try to scare me. Han Qiongji laughed and scolded him. She propped herself up and punched him again. This time, she hardened her heart and used half of her strength. However, she saw that Li Qingshan's eyes only fell on her soft breasts that were trembling with her movement. He said angrily, if you keep doing this, I'll put on my clothes. Looking at his own fist, he almost wondered if he had reached the 10th layer of aura training. All right. If you have something to say, then say it. Besides, you can't blame me. He was hugging a naked beauty, yet he couldn't do whatever he wanted. No man would be able to concentrate. What did you say, husband, earlier? Have I married you? Han Qiongji was aggressive, but she was also bashful. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He gently lifted Han Qiongji to one side before standing up and putting on his clothes. Where are you going? Han Qiongji was surprised. I'm going to see your father. Wait here. I'll be back in 15 minutes. There's no need to put on any clothes. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. They had once agreed that once she emerged from seclusion, they would propose and get married. Afterwards, they could do whatever they wanted. Stop right there. Did you marry me just to do something like this? Han Qiongji found it both exasperating and funny. I'm just joking. Though, I really am a little impatient. It's not just for that. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and smiled. She was not the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, nor was she the most gentle or powerful, but she treated him the best. If he only wanted to satisfy her, then it would be far too easy. Whether it be the buildings above ground or the night roamers below ground, he could do whatever he wanted. However, no woman could replace her position in his heart. Not even Gu Yenying could. He was not someone who did not know how to be satisfied. He was willing to win someone's heart and never part with them. At this moment, he had no hesitation at all if he wanted to marry her. Han Qiongji was entranced. She hugged him gently. My father will be in the estate tonight to celebrate for me. Just who's the one in such a hurry? Li Qingshan smiled and took another punch from her. This time, Li Qingshan refused to back down. With a smack, he landed a slap on her perky, snow-white bottom, immediately leaving behind a red mark. Han Qiongji cried out in pain. She wanted to retaliate, but Li Qingshan pulled her away, and they became entangled once again. 75 kilometers away from Clear River City, there was a mountain called Tiger Hill. Tiger Hill was not particularly tall, only 300 meters tall. However, it was vast, covering several thousand square kilometers. The gentle slope was like a tiger's back, carrying countless pavilions and terraces. This was where the Han estate was located. 30-meter-tall walls separated the inner and outer city. Turrets stood in great numbers, and it was heavily guarded. It was like a fortress. Even in the dark, it was brightly lit. At the top of the 100 steps, there was a majestic gate tower with a tall horizontal board that had the words, General's Mansion, written on it. What was placed at the entrance were not stone lions, but a pair of tigers made of white jade. They lay on a stone pedestal and seemed lifelike, like they were alive. They studied the strangers nearby covetously. The tiger was the symbol of the school of the military. Most of the talismans used to command armies were forged into the shape of tigers, so they were called tiger talismans. The white tiger was of the metal attribute, making it a god of war and slaughter. So this is your home. Li Qingshan raised his head and sighed in amazement at the Han family's scale and wealth. What do you think? You've profited from following me. It's enough that I've profited from you. I don't care about anything else. Humph, you talk big. If I didn't know better, I'd think you've already reached foundation establishment. Han Qiongji narrowed her eyes and scoffed. She liked his arrogance and confidence the most. Compared to those who wanted to marry into the Han family's power, this kind of heroic man was what she liked. I'm suddenly a little nervous. Li Qingshan took out a present from his 100 treasures pouch and exhaled. The present was also prepared by Han Qiongji. It was suitable for father-in-law Han's taste, neither too light nor too heavy. Li Qingshan could not help but tease, "You really can't wait." However, his heart was filled with gratitude. You can also be nervous. Han Qiongji was a little curious. It's all because of you. Qiongji, what if your father doesn't agree? This was not a random thought. Li Qingshan had a vague premonition. The complicated information in the tortoiseshell indicated that this trip would not be as smooth as expected. He won't say no. Han Qiongji was full of confidence. Han Anjuan had no reason to be dissatisfied. All these years, she had never seen her father so satisfied with someone. Even if it was for the Han family's sake, he would still agree. What if he really doesn't agree? Li Qingshan teased. If he doesn't agree, I'll elope with you. Han Qiongji looked at Li Qingshan with a burning gaze. This feeling was as hot as fire. Be careful that I don't abandon you. Li Qingshan's heart was as gentle as water. Who could abandon such a woman? Then I'll die with you. Han Qiongji glared at him. Clang clang clang. Clang 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 clang. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, alarm bells rang and gongs sounded. The entire Han family was alarmed and mobilized. Li Qingshan was surprised. What's going on? There's an enemy invasion. Han Qiongji was not surprised at all. She was angry and helpless. In the Han family, this kind of drill was common. The Han family's disciples would defend while the Han family's army under Han Anjuan would attack. She was no stranger to this scene, but she did not expect it to happen tonight. That enemy, don't tell me it's me. Li Qingshan pointed at his own nose. He already knew that his future father-in-law, Han Anjuan, was a standard battle maniac. Was this a test for his future son-in-law by putting on such a show? In the Han family's inner mansion, Han Anjuan was wearing armor and holding his sword. He sat in front of the main hall as if he was facing a great enemy. This time was different from the usual drill. The stalwart tiger guards stood solemnly on both sides. Their faces were hidden in their armor, and their eyes were fixed on the front. They were not ordinary disciples of the Han family, but a real army known as the Han family's army. Under the leadership of Han Anjuan, they had fought against demons, mutants, and evil cultivator sections. Every one of them had been through hundreds of battles. Even though they stood still, there was a murderous aura that soared into the sky. This time, for Li Qingshan, Han Anjuan had gathered both the Han family's disciples and the Han family's army. Han Tie held a long spear in his hand and wore a shiny silver armor. He looked even more handsome and heroic. Pass down my order. Block him, regardless of life or death. Han Anjuan said indifferently as if the person who was about to enter was not his son-in-law, but a real enemy. Yes. Han Tie accepted the order and led the army away. The sounds of iron boots stepping on the ground and armors colliding rang out in unison, forming a torrent of iron and steel as it surged forward. No, it's us. Han Qiongji grabbed his hand. Li Qingshan's heart moved. He held her hand tightly. From today onwards, there was another person who could fight side by side with him. The door suddenly opened. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji looked at each other and walked forward side by side. On top of the gate, a group of archers pulled their longbows to the fullest. Inside the gate, a group of soldiers with spears in their hands were ready for battle. For specks of white light shone from the eyes of the two white jade tigers. They shook their bodies and stood up from the stone seats. Their bodies, which were 2 meters tall, looked extremely mighty. They faced the sky and let out a wild roar before pouncing down. Can I throw away my gift? Li Qingshan looked at the tigers that were pouncing at him. He tilted his head slightly and whispered to Han Qiongji. This kind of bastard father-in-law was not worthy of his gift. No. All right then. To be continued. Chapter 390. Li Qingshan flashed past the two white tigers. The white tigers did not slow down and aimed at Han Qiongji. They were not living creatures and could not differentiate between friend and foe. Once they were controlled by their master, they would tear everything in front of them apart. Han Qiongji made a hand seal and did not even look at the white tigers that were pouncing at her. Just as the strong wind blew her long hair and the sharp claws were about to grab her, she stopped. Li Qingshan opened his arms and grabbed the two tiger tails. The white tigers roared and bared their fangs and claws, but they could not advance any further. They turned around and pounced at Li Qingshan again. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and he spun around like a spinning top. His two tiger tails were completely straight, and he actually flung the two tigers of white jade that weighed several hundred kilograms into the air. With a rumble, they smashed into two deep pits. What powerful strength! No wonder he dared to propose to the Han clan. This move shocked all the Han clan disciples on the gatehouse. They quickly took action and shot thousands of arrows. Twang, 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 twang. The bowstrings cracked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrows were as dense as a dark cloud. Blazing firebird. Han Qiongji shouted. Li Qingshan's vision dimmed before lighting up again. A firebird soared through the air, unfurling its 30-meter-long wings of fire. It dispersed the dark clouds and rushed up to the tower, turning into a great blaze and forcing the archers to retreat. They were in complete disarray. This is your home. Li Qingshan looked back. It's better not to have a home like this. Below the dark gatehouse, there were close to 100 armored soldiers with dagger axes in their hands. They were in a square formation and looked murderous. They're here. Be on guard. A Chi Refinement Stage 8 old man with a mustache shouted like thunder. He pointed the dagger axes at the gate. Two figures, Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji, walked over slowly. They were like a couple who were taking a stroll and were even talking in low voices. Is this really just a gatehouse? Li Qingshan looked at the formation in front of him and was slightly surprised. The so-called gatehouse was also known as the old man who guarded the gate. He had never seen a gatehouse with such an imposing aura. His cultivation was so high. We usually call it the Gatehouse Army. There are 8 divisions in total and they guard the 8 gates. The commander is the Gatehouse Centurion, Han Qiongji explained with a smile. Miss, this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly so that you don't get hurt. Brat, if you have the guts, come and try it yourself. What kind of man was he to rely on a woman? Let this old man teach you what wishful thinking is. The centurion shouted. He brandished his halberd, and sharp winds surged. His beard trembled, and he appeared hale and hearty, without the slightest sign of old age. Centurion. This is a matter between the two of us. If we go alone, what's the point? If it was any other day, Han Qiongji would have to call him Grandpa. But today, it was as if two armies were facing each other. He didn't care about personal feelings and only addressed him as a soldier. What's wrong? Han Qiongji suddenly felt that Li Qingshan was looking at her with his bright eyes and touched her face. Nothing. I just think you look very beautiful today. You're still talking nonsense at a time like this. Han Qiongji blushed and was about to step forward when Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulder. Leave this to me. You recover some strength. I also want to teach this gatehouse centurion what it means to have a son-in-law come and be unstoppable. Han Qiongji burst into laughter. This guy could be so frivolous sometimes. Go easy on him. Okay. No. Li Qingshan and the gatehouse centurion replied at the same time. The two looked at each other, one smiling and the other angry. Kill. The gatehouse army centurion pointed with his halberd, and the gatehouse army centurion roared at the same time, kill. The gatehouse army centurion's footsteps were sonorous, and their halberds were like trees in a forest. The gatehouse army centurion charged at Li Qingshan like a magnificent army. The gatehouse centurion thought to himself, you're only in the 8th layer of chi refinement, and you're from some school of novels. How can you be worthy of the miss? You must be using flowery words to fool the Mississippi. You even dare to say that you'll go easy on him. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think we old soldiers are ordinary chi refinement cultivators? No matter how I look at it, it's 100 against 1, and I'm also in the 8th layer of chi refinement. Boom! A loud noise interrupted the gatehouse centurion's thoughts. In front of him, the soldiers screamed and flew into the air, slamming into the wall of the gatehouse army gate. From afar, they were like a monster charging at them. Wave-treading style. The waves under Li Qingshan's feet surged, and he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, straight into the army formation. Vortex style. The waves in Li Qingshan's right hand spun rapidly, and his whole body was like a giant drill as he charged forward. When he touched the soldiers, he bounced off and was sucked into the halberd, breaking into pieces. Wherever he went, people and horses fell. In an instant, he pierced through the army formation and arrived in front of the gatehouse centurion. Watch out, sir. The centurion was taken aback. He had never imagined that his gatehouse army would be so vulnerable. How could he possibly back down? With a loud roar, his halberd shone brilliantly, shattering the tiles beneath his feet. Wielding the halberd with both hands, he thrust it toward Li Qingshan with all his might. The dagger axe and the drill bit collided fiercely. The sound was like an electric saw cutting through metal, but it only lasted for a moment before the dagger axe was sent flying. The centurion retreated in shock. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was torn apart. The water ripple drill drilled into his body in an unstoppable manner. His protective jinchi was as fragile as paper, and his shining armor was torn into pieces. My life is over. The centurion let out a long sigh in his heart. He had never thought that he would die here after spending his entire life fighting. The terrifying might of this battle technique was something that he understood clearly the instant they clashed. Flesh and blood would not be able to block it. He did not feel any pain either. When he lowered his head, he saw that he was completely naked, but he was not injured at all. When he looked up, he saw Li Qingshan standing in front of him, smiling at him. He could not help but be stunned. All of this took a long time to describe. From the moment Li Qingshan used the vortex technique to defeating the centurion, it took less than a breath's time. Han Qiongji was rather surprised as well. She had already known that Li Qingshan's abilities were impressive. Even Chu Tian, who had a higher cultivation as a qi practitioner, was not his opponent. He definitely could not be stopped by the gatekeeper army, which was why she told him to hold back a little, just to avoid harming this old man who had watched her grow up. However, she did not expect him to win so quickly and cleanly. Moreover, he did not hurt the centurion at all. Her heart was filled with pride. This was the man she valued. He could always surprise people. Anyone who looked down on him would be blind. I've lost. You do have some skill, but it won't be so easy from now on. I advise you to retreat as soon as possible. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. The centurion said solemnly. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Being able to break through the wild goose formation was not particularly impressive. He could just about do it. However, being able to tear apart his clothes without hurting him at all proved that he still had a lot of strength left in him. His control over his combat skills had also reached the realm of minute subtlety. If it was a real life or death battle, these 100 people would probably be killed by this brat with one hand. Where did the young miss find such a monster? She did have a good eye. Elder, you'd better block him. Han Qiongji walked to Li Qingshan's side and pointed at the centurion's lower body. This old man deserves to die for dirtying Mrs. Eyes. The centurion's face turned red and he hurriedly covered his lower body. Anyway, I've been dirted many times recently. I'm used to it, Han Qiongji thought. She hooked her arm around Li Qingshan's. Let's go. How's your recovery? Li Qingshan asked. You're so fast. How would I have time to recover? Yes, as a man, how can I be too fast? Don't worry, madam. I'll try to slow down in the future. Li Qingshan chuckled. Han Qiongji kicked him. Don't think I don't understand. This is my home. I've never seen a home that knows how to build a barbican. After saying that, the two of them passed through the gate. Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks. In front of him was a large open space. There were high walls on all sides and watchtowers and battlements. It was a barbican. The only way to pass through the barbican was through a huge black iron gate about 1,000 feet in front of them. An elegant man with a long beard and a tall hat was playing the guqin on top of the tower. Uncle Chao's zither is still as pleasant as ever, Han Qiongji said as she introduced him to Li Qingshan softly. This Uncle Chao is Chao Gan. He's my father's military advisor. Not only is he a 10th layer Qi practitioner, but he's also known for his resourcefulness and schemes. He's no trifling matter. Looks like my father intends to stop us in this barbican. Li Qingshan grinned. Wasn't it natural for a man to marry a woman? Why was this old man acting like he was guarding against a thief? Could it be that he had a father who was obsessed with his daughter? Qiongji, this is the end. It seems like your father doesn't like the brat beside you. It's useless even if he sees you. It's not too late to leave now, Chao Gan said as he played the guqin. I don't care if he likes me or not. It's enough that I like him. Who's going to get married? Me or him? Han Qiongji was also angered. She said rudely. Well said. Li Qingshan rode a cloud and charged toward Chao Gan. Capture the leader first. So what if he was a 10th layer Qi practitioner? The city walls could stop ordinary people, but how could they stop cultivators? The barbican was just a joke. Clang. The strings of the guqin vibrated. Now's the time. A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Many archers on the 4 sides of the city walls stretched out their battlements. Their bows were released and the triggers were pulled. With a buzzing sound, the sky was filled with arrows, covering the sun. At the same time, the sound of gears turning came from the 12 arrow towers. There wasn't a single archer in the towers. Instead, there were huge black crossbows engraved in the shape of a dragon. The eyes of the dragon flashed, and the crossbows automatically adjusted their direction, accurately locking onto Li Qingshan in the air. The dragon opened its mouth and shot out spear-like arrows. Huge arrows shot out of the dragon quiver one after another like the breath of a huge dragon. The Mahist mechanical crossbows could kill enemies from 1,000 steps away. Every one of them was worth more than a high-grade spirit artifact. The custom-made cloud-piercing arrows specialized in breaking through protective spells and true chi were also very valuable. Even if ordinary people could afford it, they wouldn't be able to use it. With the two together, killing chi practitioners was like slaughtering dogs. Qing Shan. Han Xiongji drew her saber and stood up. Just as she was about to help, a cluster of arrows flew toward her. She swung her saber and slashed away the layers of arrows. The ground beside her was filled with arrows, but she could only watch as Li Qingshan was drowned by the rain of arrows. This isn't a test. It's killing. Li Qingshan muttered and dodged to the side. He conveniently grabbed a cloud-piercing arrow that brushed past him and swung it horizontally, knocking away a few cloud-piercing arrows with a series of crackles. He danced around flawlessly as he rushed into the air. To be continued. Chapter 391. Li Qingshan watched as the barbican beneath his feet became smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, it was covered by a dark cloud formed by the rain of arrows. The cloud was torn apart in an instant. He was secretly shocked. If he was one step slower, even if he didn't end up in such a miserable state, it wouldn't be good either. Chao Gan smiled leisurely as if he had already expected this scene. Be careful. Han Xiongji wasn't happy but shocked instead. In an instant, a blazing white light illuminated the night sky and dazzled Li Qingshan's eyes. Only then did he hear a loud rumble. Li Qingshan was struck by a heavenly lightning and fell from the sky. The Han clan's disciples were not allowed to fly in the general's residence because the entire sky above the residence was covered by a formation. Once it was activated, even a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to come and go as he pleased. Whether it was Li Qingshan or Han Xiongji, they didn't expect to encounter this kind of obstruction. Chao Gan raised his hand and the rain of arrows stopped. After taking this lightning, you won't be able to get up until half a month. The general mobilized so many people. You really think too highly of this kid. Qingshan, Qingshan. Li Qingshan fell into Han Xiongji's arms. Seeing her face full of concern and anger, he said, I'm fine. Looks like I have to be more serious. He flipped over and stood up. Compared to the lightning tribulation, this kind of lightning was like a tickle. Are you still going to be stubborn? You won't be able to pass the barbican. You don't even have a 1/10 of a chance. If you continue, you'll only increase your injuries. Chao Gan frowned. He didn't expect this kid's body to be so strong that he could even withstand the heavenly lightning triggered by the formation. Let's go. We don't need my father's permission. I'm a man. I don't need a woman to teach me what to do. Li Qingshan said proudly. Leaving Han Xiongji with a tall and broad back, he turned around and smiled. This isn't for you. It's for us. His smile was as bright as the sun. Han Xiongji was momentarily speechless. She stood up and gritted her teeth. What are you talking about? Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. Li Qingshan smiled and pointed at the top of the city wall. Chao, I was careless just now. I let you be complacent for a while, but now I'll beat you up. Little brat, how dare you spout such arrogant words? Fire. Leave this to me, stinky man. I'll show you the power of a woman. Li Qingshan was about to step forward when Han Xiongji brushed past him. He smiled and stood still. 12 crossbows locked onto Han Xiongji, but 5 of them immediately lost sight of her. It turned out that she didn't go straight for Chao Gan, but instead flew towards the city wall by following the crossbow's blind spot. Whoosh! 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 The giant arrows shot over, but Han Xiongji didn't even turn her head. They turned and jumped on the city walls as if they were walking on flat ground. The giant arrow brushed past and nailed itself deeply into the city wall. As the young mistress of the Han family, she was very familiar with the accuracy and attack of these crossbows. She jumped onto the city wall and rushed into an arrow tower. She looked up and saw a crossbow in front of her. The gem dragon eye flashed, and she was like a weak willow facing the wind. She leaned back, and the giant arrow whistled past the tip of her nose. She turned around and came to the side of the crossbow. She patted it, and the dragon eye suddenly dimmed and stopped working. On both sides of the arrow tower, the armored soldiers rushed forward. The door of the tower suddenly opened, and the heat wave hit her face. She saw Han Qiongji's whole body was covered with raging fire. She shouted, "Get out of my way." Like a leaping stream of fire, it dragged a long fiery tail behind it as it whizzed towards another arrow tower, leaving a trail of fire on top of the city wall. In the blink of an eye, she invaded like fire, circled the city, turned off all the crossbows, and landed in front of Chao Gan. She gasped slightly, and the fire on her body weakened. Although the third fire true chi was very destructive, it was consumed very quickly. "Young mistress, you've grown up." Chao Gan sighed. His fingers moved quickly, and the music became chaotic. The sound waves turned into sharp blades. With a clang, Han Qiongji took a step back. Her saber swam around her to block the sound waves, but a thin cut appeared on her cheek. She knew that Chao Gan's cultivation was deep, far above hers. Moreover, he was waiting at ease and had the initiative. If this dragged on, it would be difficult for her to win. She made up her mind, and the flames on her body burned brightly. Just as she was about to swing her saber, a figure blocked her. Chao Gan was slightly surprised. Seeing that Li Qingshan was covered in a thin layer of water, he felt disdain. "You want to block my music with a mere water screen?" He played the zither even more urgently, like a basin full of pearls falling into a jade plate. However, the water screen on Li Qingshan was unexpectedly tough. The sound waves created countless ripples, but they could not penetrate it. After reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle, the effects of various water spells cast by Li Qingshan had become extremely powerful. Facing the sound waves, he strode forward. Dance of heavenly music. Chao Gan pressed and clasped, and the 7 zither strings were stretched to the limit. They released extremely violent sound waves, piercing and tearing the water screen. Before Chao Gan could rejoice, a black shadow enveloped him. Li Qingshan looked down, and 2 red dots flickered. Bang! Li Qingshan said nothing. He grabbed the zither and swung it around, slamming it against Chao Gan. "Are you done?" Chao Gan spun and crashed into a group of soldiers rushing over to help, crushing them. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a mere 8th layer chi practitioner block his dance of heavenly music at such a close distance? Li Qingshan's clothes were tattered. He grabbed and pulled, revealing his bronze skin, which was completely unharmed. The zither in his hand trembled as if it wanted to return to its master's side, but how could it rival Li Qingshan's strength? He frowned and twisted it with both hands. Although it was a rare high-grade spiritual artifact zither, it was much more fragile than weapons like blades, so how could it endure Li Qingshan's strength? It immediately let out a painful groan. "My zither!" Chao Gan exclaimed. Qingshan, Han Qiongji pressed down on Li Qingshan's arm and studied his expression. "Are you angry? Didn't I tell you not to fight? I can't just watch him hurt you." Han Qiongji touched her cheek. She had gotten used to this kind of small injury since she was young. Even she did not think much of it. She smiled. The feeling of being cared for was really nice. "Uncle Chao, do we win this round?" You win, you win. Give me back my zither." Chao Gan said. "Okay, I'll give it back to you." Han Qiongji nudged Li Qingshan with her elbow. Li Qingshan leaned back and raised his arm, making a perfect throwing gesture. The zither instantly turned into a small black dot and flew down the mountain. Brat, you! Chao Gan hurriedly chased after him. You're too bad. That's Uncle Chao's lifeblood. Han Qiongji smiled. You're also my lifeblood. Li Qingshan's hand touched her cheek, and the injury disappeared. How disgusting. Han Qiongji blushed, but her heart was filled with sweetness. I really didn't mean that this time. Li Qingshan said, feeling wronged. The two of them passed through the barbican and continued forward. It was a flat plain and there were no more obstacles. Only the Han family members in the buildings were whispering. Look, that's Li Qingshan. I heard he's very strong. I heard that even the guards and the military advisor were defeated by him. What? He's only at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He must have won with the help of the young miss. Girls of age really can't be kept at home. Han Anjuan's way of governing the family was like governing the army. The entire general's mansion was like a military camp. There was also a training field in front of the city gate. It was used to train the Han family members. The 300 soldiers were either standing or lying down. Some were even talking in low voices. The discipline was lax. Only Han Tie stood straight like a statue with a spear in his hand. When he saw Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji appear, he suddenly said, Prepare to meet the enemy. The 300 soldiers stood up and turned around. At first glance, it was a mess. There was no formation to speak of. However, there was something indescribable that connected them together. The 300 people of different heights and sizes seemed to be a single entity. These are my father's personal guards. They are the elites of the elites. We must not be careless. Han Qiongji saw this and felt bitter in her heart. In other words, if we defeat them, we will be able to see your father. Even without Han Qiongji's reminder, Li Qingshan would not be careless. The murderous aura of these soldiers made him feel a sense of danger. We can't win. We must think of a way to get through here quickly and reach the inner city. Li Qingshan stepped forward and laughed loudly. Brother-in-law, you see your future brother-in-law. Why don't you come and greet him? I don't think you will turn back no matter how I persuade you. Let's do it. Personal guards, meet the enemy. Under Han Tie's order, the 300 soldiers silently surged forward like a tide. At this time, Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji attacked together, taking the initiative to attack first. Han Qiongji attacked with raging flames and waves of heat. Li Qingshan walked on the waves, the water swirling and surging. The two colors of water and fire chased each other, advancing side by side. They merged into one and rushed towards all the soldiers in front of them. The other soldiers around them did not stop them and brushed past them. In an instant, the two of them passed through the military formation. With a loud bang, Han Tie's spear struck out like a dragon, colliding with the saber and the fist. The light from the surging true Qi lit up the night. A huge force pressed down from the fist, and Han Tie felt that he could not withstand it. He was shocked. They had not seen each other for a long time, but he, Li Qingshan, had become stronger and faster. The aura he exuded was breathtaking. If they fought one-on-one, they would not be his match. This speed of improvement was strange. Why did his father insist on stopping them? This thought flashed through his mind. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji roared in unison and poured all their true qi into it. Han Qiongji was forced to retreat step by step until she reached the city gate. She suddenly abandoned her spear and punched the chests of the two of them. At the same time, she shouted, "Trap the enemy." Li Qingshan blocked with his arm, but he only swayed slightly, and Han Qiongji was sent flying. Looking back, all he saw was that the 300 soldiers had already fallen into the coiled snake formation before he knew it. A huge snake coiled around, sucking Han Qiongji into the formation. It called out, "Don't worry about me. Go see my father and explain things to him." Li Qingshan did not hesitate to charge into the formation and came to Han Qiongji's side. The two of them were back to back, surrounded by enemies. Han Qiongji said, "Fool, why did you come back? If I go alone, what's the point of it?" To be continued. Chapter 392. During the bitter battle, the formation kept changing. Snake formation, tiger trap formation, dragon trap formation. There were no flaws in the changes. The same formation was like heaven and earth compared to the one used by the military disciples. 300 people silently waved their spears. Li Qingshan roared and charged, but he couldn't break out of the encirclement. There was also Han Tie constantly commanding the formation. If he was alone, he might have a chance, but with two people, he couldn't advance any further. In the blink of an eye, Han Qiongji's true qi was exhausted. She was sweating profusely. Fighting against a military formation alone wasn't something a normal qi practitioner could do. Seeing a row of spears stabbing towards her, she couldn't stop them. Her waist tightened, and she was pulled back by Li Qingshan. "Hold me tight." Li Qingshan carried her on his back. The situation was even more critical. Han Qiongji leaned on his back. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind coming from behind. As he turned around, 3 spears stabbed into his body. "Qingshan." Li Qingshan broke the spear and pulled it out. The tip was dyed red. With the power of the entire formation, even the bull demon forges its hide couldn't block it. It was lucky that it wasn't pierced. Seeing this, the soldiers all attacked Han Qiongji at the same time. This made Li Qingshan curse them for being despicable. "Put me down." Han Qiongji's heart ached. These were her father's personal guards. As long as they gave the order, no matter what enemy they faced, they wouldn't show any mercy. "Don't move." Han Qiongji struggled, but Li Qingshan held her back. These people really wanted to kill. They didn't treat Han Qiongji as a lady at all. Han Qiongji immediately did not dare to move. Because of her movement, a few more wounds appeared on Li Qingshan's body. She leaned against his back firmly as her eyes reddened uncontrollably. She murmured, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan held the broken spear and supported his body. His true qi was almost exhausted. His body was full of wounds. Behind him, Han Qiongji was unscathed. 100 of his personal guards were heavily injured, and only 200 remained. However, he still firmly maintained the formation and did not relax at all. At the same time, he was astonished and shocked. He had never seen such a tenacious enemy before, not to mention that the enemy was in such a disadvantageous situation. He also used this short stalemate to recover his strength. At this time, a human figure flew up, immediately triggering the army formation's killing intent. Spears and halberds came from all directions. The assassin came. Just now he could see clearly that the person was actually Han Qiongji. Turned out she had recovered some of her jinqi on Li Qingshan's back. Immediately she flew out to meet the forest of spears. "Qiongji." Li Qingshan flew up as well, but it was already too late. Seeing that Han Qiongji was about to be pierced by the spear, Han Tie swept across the sky and thrust his spear forward like a dragon. It pierced below Han Qiongji's body. With a hook and a flick, it grabbed her shoulder and brought her out of the formation. "Qingshan." Han Qiongji stretched out her hand, only to see a relieved smile on Li Qingshan's face. "Retreat." Han Tie ordered. The personal guards immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, there was no one around Li Qingshan. Behind Han Tie, the gate to the inner city suddenly opened. He asked loudly, "Does this count as passing the test?" "At least you passed my test." Han Tie let go of Han Qiongji and walked to the side of the gate. Li Qingshan strode forward. The personal guards lined up on both sides and paid respect to him. Someone shouted, "Bro, you're amazing." An injured person supported his comrade. "Yeah, you're really something." Li Qingshan grabbed Han Qiongji's hand. The two of them walked into the inner city together. "Where's the gift? Can I keep it for myself?" "No. General, Qiongji and I are truly in love. I'm willing to take her as my wife." Han Anjuan sat upright at the front of the hall. Li Qingshan went up, bowed, and said boldly. Han Qiongji's face was flushed with joy and shyness. "No." Han Anjuan's voice was resolute and full of unchangeable determination. "What?" Li Qingshan was surprised. They had already come this far, but it was still not enough. "Why?" "Old man, explain it to me." Han Qiongji couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward and pointed at Han Anjuan's nose. "There's no why. No means no. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, let's go." Han Anjuan stood up and turned to walk into the inner hall. "Stop right there. We didn't come here to listen to your opinion after suffering untold hardships." Han Qiongji snatched the gift from Li Qingshan's hand and threw it in front of Han Anjuan. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She had never seen such an unreasonable father. She pulled Li Qingshan's hand and rushed out of the door, brushing past Han Tie. Han Tie was slightly stunned. He walked into the door and saw Han Anjuan bending down to pick up the scattered pastries on the ground. He said without raising his head, "What are you doing here?" "I ordered the troops to retreat. I disobeyed the military order. I'm here to accept my punishment. Even you dare to disobey me." Han Anjuan straightened his body and put a piece of pastry in his mouth. He chewed a few times and swallowed. "It tastes good." "This girl," she threw it away just like that. "Why didn't you agree with them, father?" Han Tie lowered his head deeply. He was extremely puzzled. "You also think that I'm unreasonable? I don't always do the right thing." Han Tie raised his head in shock. He could not believe that these words came from his father's mouth. However, he saw a rare smile on Han Anjuan's face. "I wholeheartedly want to groom all of you into talents. I don't want to become an obstacle in your hearts. Even that girl seems to do as she pleases, but when she finds a man, she still has to come to my door and ask for my permission." "Why does she need my permission?" "Tie, you have to understand that before the generals and their sons, we are first and foremost cultivators." Han Tie left thoughtfully. Han Anjuan returned to the hall. Chao Gan was holding the zither as he carefully tuned it. "General, that son-in-law of yours is too ruthless. He almost broke my zither. However, his strength is really impressive. Why don't you recruit him into the Han faction? He will definitely be a great help in the future. You refused him not just to teach young miss and young master a lesson, right? I can't hide anything from you. That kid is no ordinary person, but he will never submit to someone else. On the path of cultivation, there are only companions, not lovers. If we don't share the same ideals, how can we last a century?" We're united because of love today, but we'll definitely part because of love in the future. The title of husband and wife only adds to the shackles. That's fair enough. When two balls of fire are gathered together, it seems like they're blazing, but it's difficult for them to last for long. In my opinion, it'll be difficult for them to last a few years. Young Miss will definitely understand your thoughts in the future. The two of them left the general's estate, but they did not return to the 100 schools of thought. Instead, they arrived in Clear River City, in one of Han Qiongji's courtyards. Han Qiongji remained silent the entire time. Li Qingshan had no idea how to persuade her. "I think it's still because my cultivation is insufficient. Once I cultivate for a few more days, I'll destroy your father's personal army. He won't have anything to say then." Are your wounds fine? Han Qiongji finally asked. I'm fine. Li Qingshan's body had always been tough. After using a few more water healing techniques, he had already made a full recovery. Then let's get married right now. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.